Hello, I've started this stream. I'm going to tweet about it in case anyone on Twitter actually sees my tweets and wants to come follow along. Hello, chat. You're looking empty. You might want to check me out on YouTube if you haven't already seen my more polished and finished content. There's a link in the Twitch chat as well. Today, gonna be coding. Surprise, surprise. Code Eric needs to work on his product, and Code Eric is going to be coding today. So yeah, you can also hit me up on Twitter. I'm trying to get all the cross-pollination going of the social media, tweeting about Twitch and twitching about tweets. And yeah, pretty soon hopefully we'll have a website too. Website? Anyways, the bot is supposed to be flaming me for not actually having a website up. It's like, does the website exist yet? No, does not exist yet. We will do that one day soon, but I want to feel a little bit more proud of the product first. So, gonna see if anyone pulls up today. Otherwise, just gonna have some fun hanging with Lo-Fi Girl. Cool. Let's see. Was there anything else that I wanted to plug or talk about before just diving into the code? Let's just do it. I've got Lo-Fi Girl here on the screen. I'm gonna be reacting to some lo-fi content. Sorry, it's not on the VOD. And if you're seeing this, probably you're watching the VOD because not too many people are tuning in live. Although I can also pull up the stream dashboard. Excellent. Okay. Time to code. I know this isn't much to look at because this is the dev server of the mobile app, and this is what the mobile app is looking like right now. None of the servers are currently running, so that's why it's unable to connect to the two servers. But we can start up a server. Kelset, yeah, exactly. Great to see you. Yeah, happy to have you on the stream. I saw you over in Gemin's stream the other day. Great to see you. So we're going to start up the server with dev. I'm working on this crazy full stack app called Zerve, and it's kind of meant to be a content management. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been streaming and live coding and stuff, but I've got a new YouTube channel. I'm trying to sort of externalize what I'm working on because I'm super excited about it, and I want to get more people on board and excited. Working on kind of it's a content management system, but for JSON at first, rather than full pages of content and all the media. So basically, to solve the problem of letting the non-technical people at software companies directly modify the configuration and the content inside of their app, but in a type-safe way, so that they have a friendly user interface that only allows them to make safe changes inside of the application, and it's kind of backed with a JSON schema full stack application here. So this is the server we just spun up, and now the mobile app should connect to the server. So this is the server that I'm calling it the auth server because it has authentication, because that's what I'm working on. I'm trying to make it so that it's actually usable for people on the real internet, right? So the API server has a public API that should be somewhat functional right now. I'm just kind of getting the basics of multi-tenancy working. I'm going to boot up Insomnia so that way we can just like poke the actual API directly. So let's see if we're hitting the right server. No. This is confusing. Wrong method. Okay, good. So we're just trying to post to a place where you can only get So this is kind of a generic API server that actually defines what is visible on the user interface. So here we're hitting the same server that has store state and auth, and those are the same things that are showing up here in the app. Here, I'll just open this server as a standalone so we can see just these are the things that are in the server. And then when we go into the API for the server, we can just kind of add and remove stuff from our API at a whim, and it'll also change the front end of the app. What's the server called? I've recently renamed some of these things. I think it's just called, oh, it's called Zoo Server. So I have different code names that all start with Z. So here, we're defining the store state and the authentication provider. And then this Z root is just exposed to our server over the API. So it's kind of like a modular application system. Eventually, I want it to be kind of a low-code setup, but in a yes code friendly way, like a type safe, something that integrates well with actual applications rather than all of the sort of closed source low code systems out there that are that don't connect with real software very easily. Anyways, okay, so here, for example, we have a store set up for each user. And in order to create that store, what we're doing is we're doing this like create general store thing. But we could have a custom store for the sake of demonstrating this. And it's just configuring some stuff. I just need to replace this ID with something like custom store. And this is basically just saving the data storage. It's literally not backed with a database. It's actually just backed with disk storage. And am I going to get a type error here? No, TypeScript agrees. Oh, and now the custom store is showing up in the front end because that's what we just added. And here, hopefully, we can see what works and what doesn't on the front end right now. I've been working on getting this kind of ported to web, so that way we have equivalent functionality on web. And that's coming along, but still has a long way to go, and it's caused regressions on the mobile app. So I'm going to spin up the web server here, the next app. So there's kind of the three components to the application. Yeah, that's why I'm using Expo and React Native Web, and I'm kind of bought into that whole ecosystem because I want to share all of the code. Just want to have one code base for now into eternity. So that's the dream, anyways. Yarn Workspace, Zoo, Web, Dev, and now our next app should start up. And the next app hard codes the URL to the backend, so I hope it has the correct URL. Well, actually, it hard codes the same URL as we have on the web app. So it's building. I think this is a Metro build that's going on right now, or a Webpack build. Okay, and it's showing all the same things that we have exposed on our API. If we tap into custom store, a lot of the stuff is broken here on web. So this is kind of a dead end on web, actually, because none of these links will work. But that's the intent, is like, this is literally the exact same thing running here as running here. I kind of want to switch into light mode on the mobile app just so that it feels a little more identical. Someone on the other stream the other day was pointing out, like, what a waste of time that my like crappy prototype has light mode and dark mode built into it. It's not even working very well, is it? Like, what is this error? I'm just gonna take a screenshot of this and move on because I don't actually care. It probably won't happen if we load from scratch. Yeah. I've never seen that before, but I don't spend too much time bouncing back and forth between light mode and dark mode while the application is running. So now I'll demo like the best of what this application has to offer. Did I use native base? Yeah, you can use native base with Expo. Okay, so yeah, this is a great conversation that I've been thinking about talking about or making a YouTube video on. I don't know, I'm just going to create a new little slideshow so that I can have like a whiteboard. But there are three big options I was thinking about for the front-end library, because it needs to be front-end, like basically the UI library. So you mentioned native base, Kelset, and then there's a bunch of others, and it's such a kind of tough decision because there's all these trade-offs between the options. There's native base, there's like React Native UI Kitten, which is a cute one, probably not as complete as native base, and it also doesn't have as much support on web. React Native also has this growing in popularity one called Dripsy. And that's the one I'm currently kind of moving towards, but I'm open to discuss and rethink all of this. Now is actually a good time to do that. Dripsy. And Dripsy is kind of a low-level component toolkit. Oh yeah, Excalidraw is good. It's true. I've gotten into the habit of using Keynote for basically what I do is I'm like making YouTube videos and I record here on OBS, and then I use like OBS. So for example, I've got this other presentation where I've got all this content, and then I format the content so that I can come into OBS and be like, oh, okay, here I'm on the right side of the screen, and I like, oh, here I'm telling the story, and like this, the developer is the bottleneck in your application, and you have engineers and designers who are trying to contribute to the application. So if your developer connects Zerve to the application and tells Zerve what your schema is, then the developer gets type safety out of that. And when they redeploy the application, finally they have a new workflow to update the config. Anyways, this is obviously a distraction, but I just get, like, I've been using Keynote for this, and because Keynote is like a really easy thing, and because I'm not even in actual presentation mode, I'm just cropped on OBS, I just come in here and I can click around and edit and change things while I'm recording, which is kind of a nice workflow. Yeah, I wish I had I want it to be a custom application that I'm using to present from, but I don't have time to build that as much as it would be fun. I'd love to actually be using Zerve to kind of drive my recording workflow, so that way the edit process can be more automated. And yeah, like the editing process is probably the main reason I hadn't published content for such a long period of time. And it's this tool called Recut that really helped unblock me. I don't know if you've heard of Recut, but basically all it does is like a very simpler editor that strips the silence from your videos. So it means I don't have to like go and painstakingly go in and splice out all of these silences. And it means that if I do screw up saying something, I can just like select it as long as I'm quiet before and after the bad take. I can just delete the whole thing. So Recut has really accelerated the development process, or the production process, and allowed me to put stuff on YouTube. I do recommend it. I kind of wish Resolve had that built in, because I'm also doing a few actually edited videos in Resolve, and I'm getting the hang of that. Resolve is great, but I just wish it had Recut as a feature. And maybe there's actually a plugin or some other way to do it. But for now, Recut allows you to export into Resolve. So I definitely appreciate that. Yeah, Resolve is the way to do it for sure. So to pop back out on the context, we're still thinking about like the UI library. And I'm like, because I have already been starting to invest in starting to adopt Dripsy. I don't know if I'm going to bold this. This is the bold one for now. The other thing is I've been looking at a different one called Tamagui, so Dripsy and Tamagui are similar in that they're meant for like being a low-level system that works really well on web and React Native, and are focused on being a kind of low-level adaptability layer in that sense. But Dripsy is a lot more complete and has just kind of more components. Or wait, no, maybe I'm confused. Because at some point I thought Dripsy there's like a good amount of components, but then I go and look at the sidebar and like, where are all the components? Gradient? Gradient can't be the only component. But they do kind of have a building block. Oh yeah, no, Kelsa, no, I'm happy that you're sidetracking the stream and hanging out. So very much appreciated, because it's more fun to have people around. Anyway, anyways, with Dripsy, it's got this nice API that it builds just like, where's the overview? Basically, it kind of provides this SX prop that allows you to have a higher level like system for, it's a theming system. And Tamagui also has that as well. Oh no, damn it. Nightbot is aggressive, Kel said. It's actually, it's giving you a timeout. Yeah, at least you're still allowed to talk. The other day, somebody came in and was chatting and posted a link, and yeah, 5 emojis and it gets you kicked. That's ridiculous. But it's not as bad as what happened to the other person who like posted a link just innocuously, and it banned them for like 10 minutes. It gave them a 600-second timeout, and I was like, ah, crap. And it was the only person in chat talking, of course. So I was like, was digging into the Nightbot like settings or whatever. So maybe there's a way inside of here. Oh, I'm in Chromium here. I'm not logged in. So anyways, I was also looking at Tamagui, which is promising because it's basically advertised as being really fast, and it has its own styling system built in. Oh, it deleted your other messages? Oh man, Nightbot is aggro. Maybe we can. I can show you the dashboard for it. Let's see. Is there some graph here of like all of the moderation spiking out over here? You can see that it at least has all of your chat in the logs, but yeah, the spam stuff is pretty aggressive. So yeah, when I tried installing Tamagui the first 2 or 3 times, I struggled. And installing these things are tricky because Tamagui, for example, has like kind of an in-depth installation into React Native because it has a Babel extension, and then also, of course, it has its own story with Next installation. So kind of the best way to install these like things that are so pervasive in the code base is to kind of fork the example code and then reintegrate the project into it. So that's what I wound up doing with Dripsy and Solido. So Solido is a cool little library. Okay. Wow, that's nice. This is Italian translation, React Native. Solido.dev, of course. So Solido is pretty cool. It's basically like a thin layer on top of React Navigation and Next.js routing to do to like kind of handle make it so that you have links that work on every platform. And that's basically was installed alongside of Dripsy because I basically just forked the example project of Fernando Rojo and then reintegrated the application. It didn't even take that long. It took like an hour or 2. Tamagui, though, is promising mostly in my mind because of this. I was like so impressed when I saw this benchmarks page on Tamagui. They were like, oh wow, this is like really a fast thing. And it was nice that that they compared to like all these other comparable libraries. For example, NativeBase, which like NativeBase is consistently the slowest, and I've even felt that last time I experimented with NativeBase. Which is frustrating because it's beautiful. And NativeBase is has been sort of optimized for web pretty well. But I don't know, just noticing the way this page loaded, for example. I'm refreshing now, but I didn't do a shift refresh because when this page first loaded, it felt like all of these things were jumping around. Oh, wait, for some reason it just, here, I'm just gonna close the tab and open the tab, and I don't know if I hit Shift Enter, does it do a fresh load? Okay, I guess that did load pretty well. Anyways, I have some reservations about native base, even though if we take a look at the component library, like where is the resources docs, they have such a comprehensive list of components, which I really admire. And here it is like being demoed on web. And yeah, I'm using the keyboard. It doesn't have really great focus state. Like it doesn't look like, well, I guess that is a functioning focus state. Yeah, I mean, maybe I should just be optimizing whatever is going to give me the fastest workflow. Because like I need stuff like modal. So I'm going to think about native base, think long and hard about native base. And the fact that it's like a little slow, I mean, basically it should be pretty easy to install because it's just using these like really high level things. It's not quite like even Dripsy had a complicated installation process. I forgot exactly why. But yeah, here Fernando is recommending the monorepo the monorepo starter. Yeah, I am also asking myself which UI library to use, and I sometimes like find myself like asking around trying to figure out like what is popular these days. And Dripsy has been pretty popular in the community. Native base has been around for a really long time. So like Dripsy is like kind of a hot new thing, but also Tamagui is an even hotter, newer thing. Like if you want the hot new thing, then why don't you just go all the way to the most I mean, this is just what's impressive. It's just really quick and it's optimized. I also want to understand which of these libraries use what approaches specifically on web. Yeah, a few people love native base, and then a few other people like are just really sort of resistant to it. Maybe I should experiment with it and give it a more earnest try, and see, for example, like what does the installation process look like. But yeah, because I didn't really know what is going to be the best option in my application, I punted on it by basically just writing my own really simple, kind of ugly components. But I kind of made it work. Like I can show you, and they're all wrapped up in this library that I'm going to continue maintaining that is meant to be like a high-level UI library and navigation library called Zen. Of course, there's a cute 3-letter Z code name for it. So where's the Zen package? So here is the list of all of the different things that I've just implemented inside of my own application. And I don't think this really depends on any UI library. For example, button is just an implementation of button built on reanimated, I guess. I mean, it's not that much code, so it wasn't that hard to like make this happen. Yeah, it uses pressable. And then, for example, when it needs to render a color, or it needs to use a color, it uses use colors, and that has its own little context system where it gets from the to determine if it's dark mode or light mode. So it's all implemented in-house, and I don't really like that it's implemented in-house, but I do like that I'll be able to switch to a different library without having to change my application code, really. Yeah, so Kelset, you're asking about, yeah, when, like, have I needed to switch my native and web implementations? Basically, because I've been using React Native Web so religiously and like having to like painstakingly continue to verify that it works on web and it continues to work on mobile, mostly the stuff works in both places. There are a few exceptions, and I think the biggest exception is like basically a bunch of the important functionality is turned off right now because the drop-down component is not, basically it depends on React Native bottom sheet. And React Native bottom sheet I don't think really works on web, or at least at first glance it did not work on web at all. So there's a few places in the app where like React Native here is just using the bottom sheet directly. But and when we go and trying to go into some shared code, for example, let's see. We create a file, I don't know, we go into edit the schema. So this should be a dropdown, but this dropdown component like isn't here. So like this whole UI is the wrong thing because the drop-down component isn't here. So like, let's see if we can find this in the code base. There's one really gross file that basically is a super generic JSON editor that takes in a JSON schema, and it can basically present itself as any form, which is really cool. JSON schema form, but it's also this really gross, not very well type-checked file that's like 1,000 lines long or something. So somewhere in here, I think probably all throughout here, I've commented out uses of dropdown, and also the action sheet, aka bottom sheet, which kind of depends on the same stuff. So let's see. If I start uncommenting this stuff out, we're going to get functionality back in mobile, and we'll bust up the website. I went RN-Web first encoding, so I don't have to retrofit afterwards. Yes, but then I always have to retrofit afterwards, apparently. Like, cause yeah, like it's so difficult to like constantly be testing in both places. For a while, I was just focusing on React Native because I wanted to make some cool demos. And I did that, and then this past week, I've like been trying to get all this stuff kind of going in web, and I got basically one screen that works in web and mobile, but it's the only screen that can work in web and mobile, and everything is kind of busted because it's kind of designed that way, where there's like one generic screen that's reused. So now I'm stuck basically because on the website, this is like such a funny like little rabbit hole, but yeah, on web basically like this should link to the new file screen, but the new file screen isn't really set up on web. So I still kind of have to figure out how to handle the navigation inconsistencies across web and native. What Solido does, Solido kind of assumes that you have the same URL structure for web and React Native, and I kind of don't feel that way in the sense that a URL in the mobile app is logically different from a URL in the web app. But still, sometimes you kind of need to have links from web into React Native. So that's where it gets tricky, and I haven't really figured it out. It might work where the deep links into the web app only work on one host. And then you kind of have to have that host enable other features. But anyways, it's confusing. What's cool though is, this capability where like I can click on any one of these things, and this is the one screen that works on on web and also on React Native. And you can navigate and go here. So here, store state is broken, and it's going to be equally broken on mobile. If we tap into store state, I'm not quite sure. I must have turned that off or broken that at some point. But let's go and turn the drop-down on, because this is like the biggest kind of coding functionality problem I have right now on the user interface. Is I need this drop-down. So we'll go and get the mobile app working again and make sure that it still looks good. Then we'll go and get drop-down working on web. Okay, so those are the instances of drop-down. Let's see if I wasn't even checking if I was covering the correct instance. Sometimes it's just easier to mindlessly uncomment things. So we go into the file, and then we go and edit the schema of the file. Oh, and good. Here's the drop-down that we wanted, which is basically specifying what is, like, can you change this? Like, this is critical for changing the schema of this chunk of data that's being saved in your content management system. So now you can specify, oh, this is a list, and it's a list of what? It's a list of something else. Like, it could be a list of text items, maybe, a list of strings. So now we come in here and we can basically add a bunch of strings. And that's a really, really simple example. Usually you want to make like higher level data structures though, and that's why we have schemas out here. So let's see if this still works. Okay, that would be a no. I click on create schema, nothing happens. And I'm not even going to look at what happens on web because I'm sure we're going to be getting red boxes if we navigate into that same section, if we even can navigate into the schema editor on web, which we probably can't. Okay, So here's another case where we're depending on the dropdown, or on the bottom sheet, because when you're creating a new schema, you need to specify the name. So that's what's happening here, is it's trying to use the bottom sheet, but the bottom sheet has been disabled so that, I could get the stuff to run on web. But we'll go back and forth on that. So I'll bet you it's just commented out in this file. Use bottom sheet. Use action sheet, maybe? Maybe it was commented out in a different file, actually. But I will bring back the action sheet as well, because that depends on the exact same infrastructure. Well, no, I'll keep it focused to just the dropdown for now. I changed my mind. But I do want to demo the schema's functionality. It's really, this is the coolest part of the product, I think, right now. So, create schema. Well, Kelset, thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it, and thanks for saying goodbye and checking in. And hope to see you around. Lorenzo, yeah, I remember your name. It took me a second there. As soon as Lorenzo leaves, I'm like, oh. Okay, create schema. On open new schema, use string input. I'll bet you use string input has the whole bottom sheet turned off. Yeah, that makes sense because, yeah, this is an independent file. Bottom sheet text input. That's interesting how there's a special text input for bottom sheet. That at one point I was importing here. Okay, whatever. Okay, now we can create the schema. So a color, for example, is an object, and it has no additional properties. Additional properties are disabled. You think I would be able to tap on that if I wanted to change it again? Wait, I can tap on it? Oh, I know. It's because the action sheet has been turned off there. So that's why I can't tap additional properties. So what are the properties of a color, for example? Okay, maybe this object editor should be figured out to be inlined. But anyways, the three properties of the color are R, which is a number, G, which is also a number. This isn't the fanciest color, B. And number is pretty vague even. We might even want to have something more specific than number, like in an abstract sense, it's a ratio, right? A ratio is a number between 0 to 1. So, I don't know. Okay, so now we've created our RGB number schema. Actually, we also need to specify on the required array. This is a little confusing. I really should figure out how to bake in required into the schema editor. But I'm just going to specify here that all three keys are required. And now our schema is complete, and we can even have a title for it, like RGB color. Enter 0 through 1 for each number. Or maybe I'll do 0 through 255, which will allow us to convert it into like a 256-bit hex color. Okay, so I'll save the schema, and then come back into the files, and I'll create a new file called colors. Because maybe we want to be a content management system for colors today. I'll go into the schema and say that it's going to be an object. And maybe one color is like the primary color. Primary. And then I'll specify the type as a color. And then I'll create a new color, which is the secondary, and specify you also as a color. So this isn't like the easiest, most pretty schema editor right now, but at least it's kind of working at least. I'll hit save schema. Uh-oh. Whoopsie-doo. We made a whoopsie. Let's see what the server says, because I love to make sure that this works. This is like the most important part of the workflow. Invalid. Should have required property B. So am I not setting a default value or something? Okay, maybe I think what's happening is it's trying to create... It's trying to create some sort of default value, it must be, on the back end, and it's not validating that default value correctly. So, yeah, this is a full stack kind of day. So we're going to jump into the back end and figure out what's happening. I have some suspicions because on the back end, let's take a look at the general store. Core store, I think, is where we implement the general store. The general store is the cutest name. In fact, that might even be the best name for the flagship product, is the Zerve General Store. And, and it's just like meant to be a configuration database. Generic calculator, create Z chain state calculator, state tree schema. I'm just like trying to think about what this looks like to somebody who hasn't had their head in this code, because like this is some crazy whack-ass code over here. This is just so abstract and funky. Create Z chain state calculator? Like what? And it's a generic calculator. Anyways, the generic calculator is what the store uses. Okay, I'll bet you we're here inside of validate write schema value, and bad stuff is happening. These should have required property B. But that's what's interesting, is that if the default object that's being created, because primary and color are not being required inside of this schema. So I'm not sure why the child schema is being evaluated if perhaps, there are no colors yet. Because an empty object would satisfy this. But here, just for the sake of it, let's just log the input to make sure that we're here inside of validate write schema value. Oops, I said we're going to log the input, and we are inside of validate write schema value. So I should be able to replicate it just by hitting save here. Great, that looks like a reproduce thing. And do we get into that code path? Yes. So validate write schema value, and this is the input, and this is the error that happens a moment later. Oh, look at this. The default value that's being created does include each of the properties, which is fine. So I just need to figure out where this default value is being created, because I'm pretty sure it's being created server side. No. Okay, write value action schema. You need to specify, wait. This is wrong. This is the wrong schema that's being provided here, because this is the schema that's being provided here on validate write value. And validate write schema value is this type. Oh, it's just the action type is unknown. That's fair. Not good, but fair. Because we can't be expected to be validating like repeatedly at every layer. I mean, maybe we can. Maybe we can, but so validate write schema value does not have the, let's make sure that it uses write schema value. Okay. So yes, we do have the schema and the value available here, and let's double check that that lines up with what we saw. We get the value and the schema from the client. Okay, excellent. So who dispatches this action from the client? Looks like it's dispatched in two places. When the file is created, that makes sense, and also here. So here, get default schema value. Ooh boy, this is the good stuff. So I'm going to log inside of get default schema value, and we're on the client actually. We need to make sure that we are respecting the required field. Oh, in fact, maybe the issue actually is that we are, it's a ref. But you'll see what I mean here in a second. So console.log get default schema value. And this is, by the way, super dangerous because what's happening is if you change the schema, you're like basically potentially wiping out all of the data in that file by resetting it like this. So not ideal. But in fact, we need to make it so that schema editing is safe throughout. And if that you are relying in your code on a previous schema, that you're not allowed to make an incompatible change to that schema. So we really need to see the schema store here, because if the schema store isn't sufficient, it won't know the value of the color schema, because the color schema is a reference to schema. And here we're attempting to handle that, I think, well, but it's not working, whatever it is. Something's not working here. So I'm going to jump into the logs of the mobile app. And let's just press the button again, see what happens. And by press the button, I mean come into the color schema, change it to be an object, set a property with a color, and hit save. So client side, get default schema value. So get default schema value, by the way, recursively calls itself. That's why we're seeing a bunch of different calls to it, which makes sense. So first we're getting the default schema value. We can skip this, actually. I think this is used elsewhere. But here we're getting the default schema value of the main thing for each property. For each property, we're trying to get the default schema value, and it has the $ref. And then we also need to compare that. Yes, we do also get the correct schema in the schema store. So maybe it is just maybe the refs are working entirely. And what's not working is that if it's an object, we're not creating the correct thing, right? Usable schema. So yeah, that's when we're doing a lookup. Oh, and there's a .default potentially on the usable schema. You don't think there's a .default here, do you? Because if so, that would cause bad things to happen. No. No, this schema looks great. RGB are all required properties, and additional properties is set to false. The ID looks good, and the type is an object. So is the ref schema being determined or no? Oh, look at this. I'm doing an object.entries on the schema.property, not the usable schema.properties. Actually might be an easy fix. It's always like some weird one-line thing that like I hadn't thought about for a long time. Okay, edit schema. I screwed this up, so I have to do this over again. Create a new thing like R, specify U as a color. Save the schema. Okay, all right, well, good job, Eric. You fixed a bug. And here's the description for RGB. It's kind of out of order. Whatever, there are things to fix for sure. Or ordering of objects actually is a whole project. I mean, what makes that tricky is that I want it to be a nice user interface where you can drag and drop the properties in an object. But that's a bit of work. And also, it's even, some people will disagree that there should be an order for the properties in an object, but just from the user experience, you want to be able to control like the order of the things in your list, basically. So that's pretty normal. Okay, let me remove a bunch of these log statements that I made now that a tiny little bug fix has been made. This little one-word bug fix has only derailed me for 10 minutes or whatever, so, you know, totally worth it. It wasn't a server-side error after all. The bug was all on the client. It was on the client the whole time. Okay, so now if I like tap on something like this, it should be showing me the menu for that property, but it's not. And that's because I've disabled it. But actually, before we move on, I think really the priority is going to be making it so that this stuff works on web. Let's take a look at what happens on web. What terrible news do you have in store for us, Chrome? Okay, so cannot use an import statement outside of a module. This is the main thing that I see, I think, in the when we're importing from React Native bottom sheet. So that's why I commented out all the drop-down components. So that needs to be fixed. But I do need to think about how I want to fix it with regards to what library, because I've also been looking at Radix UI. And what's cool about Radix is it's, what do they call it? It's a headless user interface library, which is like, what? Of course, a UI library has a head, right? And the answer is no, because all of the styles you are responsible for. But these interactions, I'm using keyboard interactions here. I can hit escape, I can hit spacebar, I can hit tab to focus the next thing. These are all really important accessibility interactions, and all of these things they work well on the proper accessibility side as well, not just keyboard interactions. For all of these things, like for example, if I go into slider, if I hit tab, I can tab into the slider. It's got this cool focus state. I can use the keyboard to move the slider. And it's of course a normal slider component that you can drag as well. And so you don't have to write the code for dragging. All you have to do is style the button and the track. And that's all this code is. It's just styles basically. And then here at the bottom, it combines the styles and this shows you how you have to sort of structure your markup and structure all these components they're giving you, like slider primitive.root, slider primitive.track, and you can wrap these however you want. Right now they're using stitches, but we can use React Native Web, I think. And where I want to try this is the dropdown. What was it called? It was called something different. Select beta. Select beta. I'll take a beta. Don't mind if I do. I like how these colors are so pretty too. Mauve, violet. And of course they have icons as well. So that's what you need, this little icon for the check and for the down, which is of course annoying because everyone has their own icon libraries and icon primitives. So let's take a quick look at the code, and I don't know how much of the stuff I need to turn back off in order for it to work. For example, string input is imported by JSON schema form. So I'm going to have to turn off this bottom text input thing again. Oops, or this bottom sheet. It's sad, we're breaking you again, because I just kind of want to fix it in one place first, and that's going to be on the JSON schema form. So right now, you're importing from Zen native. We want to import only things from Zen, because Zen is the actual cross-platform. It actually works everywhere. So I'm just going to try to, like, what if I just pretend dropdown comes from Zen? And then maybe what I can do, yeah, because I want to like figure out how to do this with as minimal breakage as possible, or as minimal change as possible. So I'll pretend dropdown comes out of Zen, and then we'll go into Zen and add it, if I can find it. Okay. So I'll create dropdown.tsx, and this is the web implementation. And I'll create dropdown.native. And I'll just import dropdown from Zen native in here. And then just export const dropdown equals native dropdown. Okay, we've implemented the dropdown on native now, and on web, export function dropdown. I don't know, maybe there'll be the other providers with the dropdown provider or something. But from here, we want to basically do the web implementation. So Zen, I guess, also should rely on Zen native, which is a little hacky. Like ideally with tree shaking, none of this stuff would be a problem. And maybe part of the problem is that I'm importing through the index file. And because of this, like everything is getting imported, maybe. I don't know. I should know a little bit more about the JavaScript foundations and how all this stuff is stitched together, but it's always like changing over the years, and it's different between like web and mobile, and depending on what tool chain you use. So, we're just gonna, oh, like from index, by the way, we need to come and also export dropdown. All right, I'm gonna save JSON schema form with the new import. And I don't know, what is it? What does the web error look like now? No error? No error on web? Good sign, because it's probably actually still importing the JSON schema editor, which is the big component that has all the stuff. All right, now I'm going to come on mobile. Here, let me just do a full refresh. Fresh. And we're going to see if the dropdown is working for us. Like if we go into here and we do edit schema, yeah, dropdown component renders and it works. Okay, that's good news. That's very good news. So now maybe we're ready to start screwing around with Radix UI. One thing we could try to do is we could try to just do a select on mobile or on web. Because select is the correct thing here. Like using the platform select is a little bit uglier, but it works. But one issue is we don't actually have the ability to get to the right content on web. So I need to think about navigation again before I can move on all the way to the dropdown, because I don't even know how to get the dropdown to show up here on web. Do I? Don't I? Tap into the store, and I can't click on this, 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 I can't click on this. But I could come in here and log in. Eric@Zerve.app. Hitting enter doesn't work because like this is not properly webified. There's like, it's not in a proper form. This is just UI components that are sitting around. Oh, that took a long time to email. We can blame SendGrid on that, but I'll bet you I've got something in my inbox. Do I? Oh, I'm in like quiet mode or something. I'm on personal focus here. A134 F3. Okay. And I get you signed in. I keep on hitting enter as if that's going to work. Okay, now I'm logged in. Now if I refresh, still logged in. Now if I tap into store, I am accessing my user's private store. These are the files that the user saved. And then of course everything here is broken. Click on this, doesn't work. Click on this, doesn't work. Okay. So I need to figure out how I can make it accept or decide like when to open a file. So here, for example, on the mobile app, are we logged in? Probably not. Oh, we're logged in. Okay, so we're creating a new file on the mobile app, and then on the web app, shows up. I want to make, let's fix it so that when we can click into a file on the web app. This is important. So it's opening a different screen. Whereas this screen is entirely dynamic based on the API, the next screen is basically, it's not dynamic. It's determined based on the user interface. So what if the URL for this next thing that we're clicking on basically is .files? Oh wait, what? Can you do a $sign in the URL? Will I make people upset if I put? I think people will get really upset, so I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put a $sign in the URL until bad things happen. Yeah, so the $sign is like a very URL friendly token, and I could use a dot, but then I would kind of prevent people from making .files, and I don't know if that's something they should do or should want to do, but yeah, sometimes I use dot as a prefix, sometimes I use $sign, or I don't know. Do you think this will annoy people too much if it's $sign files in the URL? I don't know, but in any case, what we can do now from the client side is we can parse this URL. And when I say the client side, I mean the web server side, not the client, but it is the client of the API. We will parse this URL that's being passed in. It's basically a wildcard route. Path terms. Yeah, so basically Zed path page manages every single path on web, which is a little absurd, except for the empty path, which is handled, well, no, the empty path is also handled by Zed path page. It's just that it's being given an empty array. There's no path terms. So Zed path page here can do some parsing on the path and can be like, oh, you have a $sign files. And if you have a $sign files, then what that means is that everything before the $sign files is the path of the store, and everything after the $sign files is the path that you want to access inside of your store, which could be a number of things. And oh, remember how we were back here on the store, and I'm also like, I don't know how to do history or schemas. Like, where does this fit in? And actually, this answers that question. I can do $sign schemas, $sign history, and now you're accessing stuff inside of the store. Although it's a little weird, it's a little funky, because maybe because it's inside of a store, yeah, these like $sign code words are really like a hint to the front end to say, oh yeah, you're accessing this resource, and this is what you're accessing within this resource. So I think I'm going to move forward with this URL pattern, not because I think it's like the coolest thing, because these $ things are whack as shit, but but because I think it's the only way I see of moving forward. Because what's happening here is this path lines up exactly with the API, and everything after the $ files or history or whatever is path that's just not correlated with the API at all anymore. So for example, that's why maybe .type could make sense here. I don't know what happens if I query for this, but what should happen is it should show me the type of the store. Just for fun, I'll just show you what that looks like on the back end. I don't know if anyone's watching, but auth. Well, you can get the type of auth, but I can't get the type of user because I'm not logged in. Okay, I guess I can get the type of the user, but it doesn't really matter if I can see what a logged in user does. Maybe this is considered a security issue. Maybe I shouldn't expose the type unless you're authenticated. But in any case, there is such a thing as user/store, but this only really exists if you're logged in. And then once you're logged in, you can get the type of it. Am I logged in? Oh, apparently I'm actually logged in. That's why. Nice. So yeah, we're logged in. We're getting the type of the store, and the store is basically saying like, oh boy, this is the type of the store. So yeah, this is a little gross. Oh great, the leaf blower's outside, so pretty soon the leaf blower will be like blowing right into this window that's right here. So brace yourselves. So the .type should also be visible, I think, from the front end. I think that'd be cute. Wouldn't that be cute? If like from the user interface you're able to just do like .type of the root thing, and here it would specify kind of what stuff the server has in a user interface that you can even click around. But that's not important. And because it's not very well suited for that, that's why all these errors are coming up. Because I think what it's doing is like it's currently seeing this and it says, oh, you're trying to access a resource that is called .type. So it's querying for this resource, but it's also querying for the type of the type, which is terrible. Don't do that. So that's just the front end, just assuming that everything that's a URL is a proper Z resource, which of course has its own type. So anyways, let's get this URL to work. So when you click on this thing, it takes you to the URL, and then we need to write that code that parses that special case in the path. So first let's do this, because this should be pretty easy. What's happening here? I'll bet you we're getting a log statement. Navigate not implemented here. Now we're going to go look at a file that I'm kind of embarrassed by, but also I think it's a step in the right direction. So we have a web implementation of use navigation. Okay, actually, I'm really embarrassed by this. Okay, now he's rethinking his whole life. So we're doing a .navigate, presumably, and we are given these arguments. What are these arguments? We're navigating to file, and there's a certain connection. Oof, connection on the client is really a pain in the butt, because the native app, the React Native app, can talk to several servers. The web app is kind of hard-coded to one server, but also now has most of that code shared with React Native. So in theory, if the front end is smart enough, it can connect to several backends. Like the back end of the client application is done in the sense that this thing can add several servers, persist the list of servers to the client, and then talk to all of those servers independently. And that's what this connection here is specifying. So, oh, maybe the connection could be specified with a query param, which is not the prettiest URL, but it's also more of a rare case that you're talking about a different connection. And the connection name is useless here, foo, because this is basically like what the connection would be called on the client. So really what you might want to do is you might want to say, like connection equals z.google.com or something, because this is, eventually Google will need to run their own Z service, and they'll probably use a custom domain for that. So like this would be the actual domain of the thing that you're talking to. I think this could be hot. Or better yet, maybe, is having $ connection, and then you say or maybe just, $ connection, and then you specify, oh, I'm actually talking to dev.zerve.app, and then you're accessing this resource inside of that app. But then if you want to talk to the same host, if you want to basically access the Z API of this host, well, then you don't need to specify the $con, specify the connection, because the connection's obvious. You're already on this host. So I'm trying to figure out ways to make like a generic routing layer that works well for this application, but hopefully for others. Okay, so $files/a, and here we are. So we're going to check if you're trying to navigate to file, and then we're going to take the store path and the name of the file that you're accessing and concat it together into your destination path. And then we, what do we do? You push into the next router. This is fine. This is fine. Everything is fine. Nothing is on fire. But yeah, here we need to check if, and args is terrible, right? It's not args. It's the name and then the params. Params is an object. I'm not lying. It's good type safety here. It's an object. Is this how you do type safety? The butterfly flying out of my hands. Is this type safe? Okay, if the route name is file, to the files. So here we're going to take the params.storePath, join you up into a path-like string, and then we're going to say $files, and then we say slash, and then the name of the file, which is going to come in as params.name. And then you push that baddie. And then you return. This is not the prettiest code, but I don't want it to be pretty. I just want it to work. Okay, now I click on this. Yay! It navigates. It's so beautiful. It looks just how it's supposed to look, right? Now we want this screen to load. This beautiful, complete looking file screen. We got to get it to load now, baby. So, it's going to be in ZPath page. We're going to do some web-specific logic. Haha. Okay, so zloaded node, I bet, is used also from the React Native implementation of this page, which probably has its own header and its own dot. You see, the React Native page has its own dot. And that's going to be in Z node screen. So this itself is like right now, the way it's used is a React Native only screen. It's even got the connection key provider, which is like really something that's used on React Native. The screen container saying it's a scrolling screen. It loads the node page, which has its own action sheet and its own header. And then it loads znode. I thought it would load loaded node. So it actually is a different code path. But eventually it renders znode anyways, and znode is the thing that's fully shared. So that's part of the issue, is that we need like most of the logic that's on file screen here. But this file screen is also right now a React Native only screen. So I should think like, what does it mean for something to be a screen? Kind of a philosophical question. Okay, my coffee has gone super cold. I'm going to take a few minutes, microwave it, and see you back here soon, and we're going to figure out how exactly to define a screen and make it so that this one concept of a shared screen will be duplicated for both web and mobile. And because, yeah, we're kind of doing it here on the znode screen, but we need to do it in a better way. We can come up with a new way to have the new file feature, as it's sometimes called in a Solido app. The feature will be shared on web and mobile. So hang tight, and I'll see you in 5. All right. All right, all right. Thanks for pulling up to the stream today, if you made it. All right, so we can come back to radix in just a minute. We just need the to get some of these screen definitions working. But I do want to capture some of the progress that I've made so far. Oh man, looks like I had a half-baked commit here, which is always inconvenient, but I think I know which files were modified here. So I had to do an expo pre-build to get things working on my machine again. It's a little confusing for the native build. This change I'm actually going to discard because this was kind of an example, just in order to, well, I wouldn't like to discard it. I'd like to keep it in the repo. Keep it in my working directory. So this is a fix to default schemas. To default value for ref schemas. As if my commits are usually so granular and precise. They're not. Oftentimes I come into the code base and it's like, oh man, there's a bunch of changes from yesterday. And I just commit whatever's in the code base, you know? We could ignore these changes. The drop-down mess that we're in. Oh wait, we've improved this situation actually, because we created this drop-down shim. And we don't need to add this file yet because, okay, so I'm going to add all of these drop-down changes. This is an unrelated fix. And I'll just add the changes to JSON schema form because we know at least the web page runs now, because that was why the dropdown had been commented out from JSON schema form. And this is probably going to cause all sorts of problems. I'm going to skip that. Okay, so shim for web. Okay. It's a minor type fix. Okay, I'll synchronize these changes to the repo and get back to work. Let's take a look at our file structure. I'm going to close these files just for my own sanity. So we're going to take a look at the file structure of the Zoo app, because this has basically our implementation on React Native, but now this whole module is working on web, and we can refactor things a little bit so they work better on web. So screens, for example. Yeah, these are all the screens on the React Native app. What if we create a new folder called features? Because screen means something pretty specific in a React Native app, and on web it's even referred to as a page. So a feature can go into a page on web or a screen on React Native. And I didn't make this thing up. Features was actually a folder that was here in the Solido starter project from Fernando Rojo, but I've just deleted it because I didn't need any of that stuff. And now I do. So there's one screen that's already shared, which is the Z-Node screen. But it's not actually the screen that's shared. So I'm not going to touch this. I'm going to leave this as the React Native implementation of this screen, because right now we're focusing on the new file screen, or the file screen. Yeah, exactly. So the should it be features/file? File page, file layout, file something. Like, what do I call it if not for the... Yeah, let's just call it the file feature. File feature .tsx. That's not going to be confusing at all. I mean, at least because it's a new word, it's not confusing. It feels less wrong after I typed it out. So what I want basically is the behavior of the file screen, including like this action sheet stuff. I want all of this. I want all of this thing, especially the file page. Maybe we should just call it the file page. I don't know. At least that would be easy. I mean, I'm looking at the code for the file page, and logically, everything in here should work on web, except for this part, this set params part. But that's fixable, at least. Okay, so I'll just rename this to file feature and move it to the other place. We can call it a page again later if we change our mind. So I'll export this, and I will copy it into the place where it's needed. Actually, I'll copy the whole file, and I'll just delete the stuff at the bottom that I don't want. As long as it's at the same depth of file hierarchy, I think all of these imports should continue to work. And we can delete the stuff that we don't want from here. So here it's doing navigation prop stuff, which is kind of React Native specific, but you know, whatever. Okay, and now on the file screen page, I will delete the file feature and import that from the file we just created. It's confusing that the files that we're working with all have file in the name. Okay, now I can clean up a lot of these imports. Okay, so now the header is going to be rendered on web, and usually it hasn't been. But hey, I mean, maybe the web wants a header as well. I think that sounds nice. And yeah, maybe the header should be baked into the whole screen. It's tough to kind of come up with these abstractions that work logically well on web and mobile. Okay, we're still in a world of hurt over here, but we're about to... Well, first let's check, make sure that we haven't broken the mobile app. Okay, well, that's what we were testing. Let me just test it again. Okay, the file screen appears to be here. And if I change the number, like, we want our color to be green, obviously. The file works, I guess, right? If I refresh and then jump back into custom store/colors, yeah, green. It's a good color. One of my favorite colors, for sure. So, file feature working great on React Native. Let's see what happens. Accessing stuff like stuff from native stack. This should probably be like kind of coming from our internal architecture. I think from our application, we shouldn't be calling into React Navigation directly, because we need a translation layer that can be totally common. So I think that will be a theme moving forward, is creating our own really simple abstraction there. Or who knows how simple it'll be. But the idea is it's supposed to create like kind of functional, somewhat pretty URLs on web, and provide similar like complex navigation structure that you need on mobile. So file screen looking good, looking functional. And this is, you know, the React Native screen, where we could do React Native specific things, like have the entry point for navigation communication. Basically, like take this navigation prop that's coming from React Navigation and pass it into some context or something, or pass it directly into something that, into a hook, and then take the result of that hook and pass it into the feature. But that's the distraction. Right now I just need to use file feature from Z path page, right? But we need to be like parsing the path here. So we're already rendering it inside of a page layout, but who knows, maybe we'll want to do something differently. So for now, let's just make sure that we're getting to the right spot. We refresh over here, Z path page. We saw that it has the path as the array of strings here, including $files. So basically we need to decide what screen to render, and Z path is effectively a screen. It just doesn't really look like one. We can even rename this to Z path page, except that's what this is already called, so never mind. But this would be a feature. But for now, we're just going to focus on the file page itself, or the file feature, as we called it. So we need to basically match on this path. So what I'll do is I'll say const feature equals get path feature, and we pass in the path. And this function will optionally return nothing. And if it returns nothing, then basically we return our fallback behavior. So if there's a feature, we're basically going to return, let's call it a capital feature, because I think it can literally just be a React component that gets returned, but optionally returned. And we just render it. So now we can write a little function that says get path feature. So, and it gets the path, which is an array of strings. So we can do, this is an array. So basically, like I want to do if like array.has, but there is no array.has. So you can do index of, you can see if it has an index, a certain index, which is basically going to look through the whole path to see if it has $files. If it has $files, you're going to go into this path of logic. Otherwise, you're going to return null. Okay. I don't know if this is ridiculous, but I'm actually going to make this just as a full callback, because we might want to pass in different props here. So, and what this should be basically is it's a little weird to be doing things this way, but I want to be able to return out of here early. I actually don't know why I could theoretically just do this in the function itself. I'm really just making it overcomplicated. But we can take the path and we'll say if let, oh, I can't do this. I'll just do const files path index. I know JavaScript, don't I? And we need to basically split the path into two different things. What we're going to do basically is we're going to return the file feature. Well, it's actually going to be returning a callback for the file feature because we've overcomplicated this component like crazy already. It's only been 5 minutes. What do you need? You need the name, the connection, and the store path. So the name is the name of the file. So it's going to be at the path and then the files path index plus 1, because it's the next term of the path after $files. Store path is basically going to be path.sub.split some JavaScript function on an array, like, so, I don't know, hang on. 1, 2, 3, and then dot splice. And then you splice start, comma, delete count. Okay, we don't need to delete anything. We just need to do splice. So yeah, splice will mutate the original array, but it also returns you items, I think, right? I don't really want the array mutated, but you can do start count, which is 0, and then delete count, which is 0, and then items, which is how many items you want. Sorry, that's not right, is it? Oh, that modifies the array. Oh, so when it does delete count, I don't worry about modifying it. So it's just how many of these items I want. Splice, start, and then the count. Splice, so the start is 0, and the count is the file's path index. So for example, if the path is like this and it says like, or the path, let's use the real example. If this is the path, our array will have these items in it. So 0, 1, 2, 3 is the file's path index. And we want 3 items to enumerate the store path. Okay. So I think this makes sense. We needed one more argument here, which is the tricky part, connection. So on our client, where's our client? Does it specify the connection? Well, here, I'll show you a trick. Because of the crappy storage mechanism I use, I'm just using local storage. Then there's dot connection storage connections, which has all of the list of connections, including the key of the connection. So key dev, right now, I don't like how I have to hard code this, and I'm very ashamed. I'm going to type dev, because I think this will work. And I don't think it's good. And part of the reason here is in connection storage, which is this new file that is now shared on web. This is the logic. So what I should perhaps actually do is do a check for __ dev, and then return dev. Otherwise, return main. So I don't know. I'm not super happy about it, but maybe this will work. Okay. Where are we? Do we think this will work? I guess let's just see what happens. Cannot use an import statement outside of a module. Well, this is great news. And by great news, I mean terrible news. And by terrible news, I mean fixable news. I'm going to comment out stuff like the toast. And wait, what about use string input? Didn't we? No? So one of these imports here in the feature probably is breaking all sorts of baddies. Like screen header. I'm going to comment out screen header from here and from the actual component. Maybe this needs to be rendered on the React Native side somehow. Refresh. I don't know, because screen header is one of those things that probably imports native-only code. So here, use action sheet, actually, we know is a culprit. So I'm going to comment out this. Even though this was code that we explicitly wanted to port to web, it's like, okay. We'll have a temporary open actions, open options equals empty function. Better to have a broken feature than a totally broken screen. Okay, you know, this looks like progress to me. Doesn't it look like progress to you? I don't know. I can't tell if the correct component is being rendered. And most of the stuff is kind of disabled anyways. But here, let's just do a console.log, or just a debugger on this feature and refresh over here just to check if we're getting into this code, because it doesn't look like we are at this point. It did kind of look like the other thing. So let's go to the Z-path page and see why our code here is broken, because I don't think we've tested it, you know? Okay, we should be getting into get path feature. Yeah, so what is the file's path index? 0. Hello? Why would it be 0? Path is, so get path feature is not giving us the full path. It's just giving us like the subpath from that spot. So maybe we can fix that. Z-path page is being called. Z-path page is being given files A? What? But look at the path. I don't know. I'm just going to refresh this whole thing. I don't know. Maybe it got confused. So yeah, look, now Z-path page has all of the terms that we expect. And now files path index looks correct. Don't know what was going on before, honestly. I don't know. I'm just going to hit play a few times because maybe different stuff will load. I don't know. Yeah, so these queries that it's doing are the queries that it's like would be doing inside of the Z path. So not the new thing that we want, the file feature. Render feature. See, this is a good signature. In fact, it's such a good signature, I'm going to just copy it into the code because TypeScript has inferred it, but I like seeing that it's a callback to a JavaScript element or it's nothing. And so, okay, let's do, we don't think this is happening. If files path index is not equal to -1. So we kind of botched that before, but also it's kind of rare that I think this would be the case, where you're basically, you have a store at the root of your Z API. That's kind of rare and unlikely, and that's not the case here. Okay, so we're getting into this part of the code, and now, okay, wait a second. We're making progress. This is a different error. So what it's complaining about actually is sensible, is that we need to provide a connection context, because we do that inside of page layout. So what if just on web we are always going to render, yeah, that's why we have page layout here. So I'll say const content, page content is, depending on if you have render feature, you're going to render the feature, or you're this thing, you are a path. And ultimately, the path should be a feature, so this would be a like fallback screen of some kind, an error screen, saying that we can't find the thing that you're looking for. But it's kind of junky how I have to build my own little path parsing logic here. But it's okay. You know, I'm not terribly embarrassed. Okay, what does it say now? Give me some news. Okay. Well, this is a reasonable problem to have. In fact, that's why I implemented use navigation in the app itself and have shimmed it out on web. So where is that? On the file feature, where's the feature? File feature. We should not be importing use navigation from React Navigation. No, no, no. Where's, I'm blind. Here, okay. Instead, we need to just get use navigation from app use navigation. Oh, that's a nice autocomplete. Usually autocomplete doesn't work in that context, so that's a cool improvement. So now it shouldn't complain, it just should have broken navigation functionality. And it should also be able to hit the API. It's trying to hit the API, but maybe it's not hitting the API in quite the right spot. Z state schemas. But is that where it is? Oh, did I break some safe area thing? Look at the mobile app. It's looking a little busted. It's called custom store. So why is it querying for state/schemas? There's some missing stuff here. Something's not right. Oh, okay. We're looking at a more complicated store because it's the logged in users store. So just for the sake of clarity, we want to try doing like with like. So that link worked. We're looking at probably the correct feature, but it should look like this. Does this work over here? Right, let me just refresh the mobile app one more time. Custom store/colors. Yeah, this is what we want it to show, which is the JSON schema form. And oh, by the way, the reason why this looks so bad, the file screen, is because we've commented out the header. Which is an explanation that should be very satisfying to all of us. Oh yeah, no header. Who needs the head? I've considered. Sometimes people say that this is a headless CMS. And I've thought about that. Like, is this a headless CMS? Because also it has a head, but the head is like not required. So I kind of tend to think of it as a decapitated CMS. And I really like that joke, so I'm going to be repeating it. I'm pretty twisted. I'm a fan of decapitation humor. So let's just log what we have here in each place, because the file feature will run in both platforms. Name, connection, and store path. If we've written our code right, they'll match on web and React Native. So what is the React Native? Okay, custom store, colors is the name, and the connection. This is React Native, so it has its own weird-ass connection name. Now web, refresh U. It should probably log server side as well. No, maybe not. What does it say? Okay, the store path is an empty array. So that's our bug. It's probably somewhere in that slice. Where did I slice? I don't think I sliced properly. Splice or slice? I don't know. Okay, I'll just break this out into its own line so I can witness the bug in all of its glory. I'm going to move this. Usually I log out the name of the function we're in, just for my own sanity. Okay, Z path page. Why can't you get the proper store path? Now I need to look at these ugly log lines and like look at this. This is so gross. Okay, get path feature. Okay, look, that's gross that I've modified the path array with splice. Is there an alternative to splice? Or maybe while I'm splicing, okay, here's an alternative to splice. No one will be upset at me for doing this. I copied the array first. It's a very short array, you know. Clearly, no one's going to be annoyed at a little bit of bad code. Okay, couldn't find a navigation object still. So maybe there's someone else is importing navigation stuff that just needs to be use navigation. I think we're on the right track. We want to use our application's own use navigation. So which one of these components is probably the most complicated and gross? Does string input have navigation? No, of course not. Why would string input have navigation? Does anybody else talk navigation? Because we should be importing the correct thing. Use navigation. Oh, inside of JSON schema form. Ha ha ha, check it out. That's an easy fix. Okay. Ha ha ha. Because JSON schema form is already part of the Zoo app. So that means it can use navigation from the Zoo app. Yay! Finally, we see the file. We see the file. Okay, so on our feature, can we get like the header back again? Or what can we get back? Can we get all of it back? I want the action sheet to work on to work as well. And that's kind of the same problem where currently the action sheet relies on the React Native bottom sheet, which is the web only thing. Or it's the React Native only thing. Okay, comment U back in Monsieur screen header. Monsieur. I don't know how to pronounce. Okay, we want to include the import as well, probably. And I'll bet you, look, the mobile app enjoys that. I'll bet you the web app does not enjoy. Okay, safe area inset issue. Make sure you're rendering safe area provider at the top of your app. Wouldn't it be convenient if if there was a _app file that wrapped every component? Oh, in fact, it's already using this provider from Zoo provider. So like this is already wrapping the entire thing. Navigation provider, query provider. Somewhere else, like the React Native app is probably rendering the safe area context, right? Like safe area context or safe area provider. What is it called? It says, make sure you're rendering safe area provider. So the reason I bet this autocomplete isn't working, like I want to auto import it. And it's like, why can't I auto import it? I bet it would work if I typed it, but most likely it means that this Zoo package doesn't refer. It should have as a peer dependency React Native safe area context. Ha 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 ha. And now come on, VS Code. Well, VS Code should, like, do I use this elsewhere? Safe area provider? What? It's funny because, yeah, like this file already exists, but I think this came from like the boilerplate. Okay, so if the auto import to safe area context didn't work, I'll bet you this import will work. Okay, great. And also, for the sake of naming clarity in this project, one of the reasons I knew that this was, oh gosh, what? There's a bunch of stuff here. I'm also like kind of whacked out where I like using capital file names. So I was like trying to rename this thing to be safe area like this. Update imports, yes please. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I want you to update those imports. Jeez. Let's go. Did we fix it? Like the provider is getting created, right? Or used on web? Maybe this provider thing. Provider. Yeah, like, wait, not this provider. Provider inside of zoo index. Can we just call it like provider? Am I crazy? Who imports from provider? The mobile app and the web app. So yeah, you'd think that this whole thing would get, oh, not you, don't look at you. Close that. But you, provider, you include safe area provider. Right? Like I'm not the crazy one. You're the crazy one. Oh, index.web.tsx. That doesn't work. Who's picking up .web.tsx? Oh, maybe the web app is, and that's why we've got bad news. Oh, I see. Okay. All right, whatever. So what I'll do is I'm just going to rename this to use safe area, and then use safe area, and then, oh, use safe area .web. I guess maybe the .web.ts does work in this environment. Well, then why have I been doing all of this like .native.ts and putting the web as the default version? It doesn't really matter. I mean, I need two files anyways. Okay. So I don't think this is actually being used. It didn't even prompt me to to update the imports. So there are no broken imports here. Yeah, and then I need to, all over this application, use safe area. When I'm using the actual safe area, or use safe area insets, I also need to stub out use safe area insets, it looks like. Oh, what? Use safe area and use safe area insets are the same thing? Okay, use safe area, and we'll import it from the safe area, use safe area. Blah, 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 blah. We'll also do this from the header. Use safe area. From the provider, use safe area. Nice. Okay, so we want to only be using importing from safe area context from like the one place, or from the two places. So bottom sheet, safe area view. Do we define our own safe area view? No, we don't, but we do use it a bunch. So I guess we need our own use safe area view. Or maybe importing that the actual view is fine. I don't know. What happens? What are we at here? Well, issue with back button. That means that the header import, we're making good progress. Back button. Back button has its own navigation logic, so that should be fine as long as we import use navigation from the good stuff instead of from React Navigation. Not that React Navigation isn't good, we just need our own abstract definition here on the app. And there's all these functions that it's trying to use that it's not available here, because only navigate and dispatch have been properly stubbed on web. Okay, so fixable, very fixable. Can go back, and set state. Let's stub out some more of this lovely stuff, right? Can go back is a callback to true. I don't know. It's web. You can always go back. That's not even true, actually, but I don't think the application knows. And then go back is a callback that does, I don't know, pop. Is pop just available on router? Pop. Or go back. What's available here on router? Just back. What else is available here on next router, just out of curiosity? Before pop state, prefetch, route, events, base path. Well, maybe by looking at the route, we could decide if we go back. Like, you can go back if you're not at the root path, for example. But whatever. Back is a function we want to call. Now, what do you say about the type safety? Just get state, that's not going to work. So why is get state even here? Okay. This actually has caused some bugs in the application, so I'm going to... The problem is, like, from a UI perspective, it really should be an X if it's a modal, and it needs, if you're swiping back, it should be the left icon. That's like a really important hint to show the user how they need to get out of their current screen. And I've seen like a bug here. So for example, like here, it goes back. It's a back arrow. Now here it's an X. But watch this. Let's see if the bug still happens. If I tap on something like server connections, I don't know if you saw it. You might have had to go in slow-mo. But now, yeah, look, it's gone wrong. It's gone wrong. Because it's not doing get state of the current screen. It's doing get state of the navigator itself. So it kind of makes sense that it's busted. Is route available on use navigation? No, I guess not. So that's why I've struggled with it a little bit. Let's just say it takes a prop, an optional prop that says cancel button, Boolean. So if cancel button is truthy, then it's a close icon. Otherwise, it's a left icon. Now we no longer need get state. Whoops, let me type this out correctly. Okay, back button might be fixed now. How are we doing on web? Do we get to render... Oh, we're rendering the header now, including the back button. Do you think it works? That's cool. Cool, bro. Forward, back. Forward, back. Forward. Then I can click on almost anything here and it's going to be broken. That's the great thing about a file that I just dropped into web. Nothing works yet. Yeah, okay. Check. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. I wanted that to work, actually. I don't know. Oh, because add property prompts a string input, and the string input is busted. Busted on web right now. But that's nice that this simple little routing is working. And it makes me want to copy over more features, because now that like these basics are working, well, we're getting to the point where we can actually get to the dropdown. I was like adding all this navigation just so that I could show on web the broken dropdown. Also, I don't like how this UI flashes around. There's a lot of polishing to be done. A lot of polishing. And there's no back button here on the custom store. Again, because maybe we should go ahead and do it where the node screen is properly converted into a feature in the same way. That's only going to take a minute, so I'll do it. What if I just call it a Z feature? A Z feature. And that's what Z path page would use. Oh wait, no, sorry, yeah. Well, of course, because Z path page is literally the entry point on web. In fact, I should probably rename it to be the web path page. Yeah? Web path page? Is that too cringe? It makes more sense than Z path page, so sorry, because now it includes paths that are not strictly part of the Z API. So, web path page. And the fact that it's just here in components is a little concerning. Okay, I'll change it to web path root, because I just want this file to make a little bit more sense. Web path root. Did I break it? I broke it. Who uses you? You're used by path terms. See, you got a new name, new location. Why can't it export function web path root? It's saved as web path root. It's inside of zoo app, inside of a good place. VS Code, I need you to help me out every once in a while. No suggestions for autocomplete. Okay, well, I will type it out because I know where it is. But seriously, VS Code, like, can you pull your weight? String or undefined as an array is not assignable. So it's because path terms could be undefined? Okay. Well, that's fine. That's fixable. If you have no path terms, I don't know how you would have gotten to this screen. But what we'll do is we'll say, if it's at this point you know it's not an array, but you're still questioning if it's there. If it is there, path terms, otherwise empty array. And now the types are happy. And web path root has a sensible name, or a better name, I guess. And it's going to match for other features. So currently, Z path, this whole thing shouldn't be here. What we can do is we can make it so that it returns the Z feature here. And that's what Z path needs to go become, is a feature. Export function Z feature, and it takes the path. Now here we don't want it to have a head, because this is a nextism. So we need to figure out how to set the head, the title on web separately. Like, that's a separate problem. And then Z loaded node. Okay, so I'm trying to coalesce this code with Z path page. Sorry, Z node screen. I get all these like web terminologies and native terminologies all mixed up on top of each other. Pretty funny. Okay, so basically this is the whole logic. I want to take you. I want to take you. So this bottom part is React Native stuff. And again, just like what we did on the file screen, I'm going to copy all of this. Whoops, what did I do? I just folded. I didn't mean to fold. Okay, so I'm going to copy all of you, and we're going to go to the path. Wait, what was it called? The feature. And here, yeah, let's just try deleting this web implementation. We're going to miss it, I'm sure, when everything is broken, but it's not my problem right now. So export function Z feature. It needs the path and the connection. It has the screen header, and it has the Z node, and it does all of its own loading. So it has use Z node internally, rather than the use loaded node. Okay, so here on Z node screen, I'm going to delete a bunch of stuff. That should no longer be necessary. But this is fun. I'm taking an incremental approach to mixing the React Native app and the web app. Which is like the only practical approach. I don't know how else I would do it, because it's such a massive project, and it can be so frustrating when things are broken. So like you just kind of have to keep things kind of working in both places at all times. Even though, of course, the focus will shift from one section to another. Okay, so this is an example of a Z page. Wait, it's not just working. Yeah, it's not working because it still has this old logic. It doesn't look like the mobile app yet. It should have the back button, for example. So Z feature. Oh, it's the web path route that we didn't save. So yeah, we need to pass in, for example, the connection. Let's import this. So the path, for example, is just the path. And then the connection is the same thing. So we're just going to have the connection hard-coded out here. Const web connection temp. Because this is like really dubious code. Like, I don't know. Maybe we want connection to be... I guess in some cases the connection will come from the URL somehow. But whatever. Path and connection. Element is not assignable to callback of element. Callback of element. That, now your types are happy, right? You've got happy types. And yeah, you're not even going to return null ever. You're always going to return a JSX element. And maybe we'll have you return a JSX element or null. I don't know. That doesn't matter. But what does matter is that you can always render feature. You no longer have to check for it. Okay, web. We've simplified you a little bit. Okay, who's importing you? Can we see from the require stack how this bad news is happening? Like, yes, of course, it's the bottom sheet. It's obviously the bottom sheet that's causing the troubles. Just when it gets imported through these other code paths. Okay, I think the problem is that we are importing a bunch of stuff from here. Like, do we even import naughty things? I think we might import naughty things. I'm deleting a bunch of junk that it no longer says it needs. Oh, use action sheet. We know this doesn't work. Const on options is a big load of nothingness. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, Zen native is bad news on web, if you can believe it. Couldn't find your navigation object. I'll bet you we're importing stuff from React Navigation in one of these places. One of these places, don't know which one. Znode. Maybe Znode uses, oh yeah, probably not actually. Yeah, it uses the use navigation from the correct place. Do we get a call stack that's helpful here? Source. Can I show collapsed frames? Yeah, that wasn't helpful. Oh, sorry, it's inside of Zed feature. I'm not blind. So, use navigation. Yeah, I am pretty blind. Like, I was just staring at it for like 10 minutes. Okay, we're making progress on moving things over to our sort of generic feature system with portable navigation. Okay, and that's just the back button that we're pressing, which is logically different from what you'd expect when you press this back button. It should really go up. And yeah, the back button should also not be rendered here. That might be a simple fix. Let me just see if it is, and otherwise I'm going to ignore it and move on to hopefully user interface compatibility. Okay, screen header. You are given the path, maybe? No, screen header, so it needs to be implemented here on the feature page, basically. Screen header, does it have it has back button cancel style, and that should be used. Like, I think I've been changing my mind on this back button, how this is implemented, because the back button has a prop called cancel button now, which is perfect for this. But this was already here in the code base. And that wasn't what I was trying to fix even. I was trying to fix that this back button shouldn't even appear if you're on the root path. But that's a webism. And here inside of Zed feature, the path, well, because you're probably going to be rendering Zed feature at the root, this actually is kind of fine. So, but the screen header needs a hide back button. Like an extra annoying prop. Okay, so we're only going to render the back button when we are not requesting to hide it. So now hide back button is going to happen when path.length is 0. Okay. And path.length 0, did we just break it on web or on mobile? Check it out. I think we did. We go into open auth server. Well, here path.length is 0, right? Why is the back button there? I don't really care. I think it's working great. Okay, app settings. That has a cancel button for now. That's great. A little confusing. That means that at some point I was previously already using this thing called back button cancel style. Must already be used in at least the settings screen, and potentially a few other screens. But again, settings screen is just available on mobile right now. But we are having fun sharing code across these different places. Okay, so this dropdown should be what? On web, what am I going to use? I could look into native base, and it might look the same way on both platforms. Dripsy, I don't think has like a pre-built dropdown component, and I don't want to write a bunch of code to handle the keyboard and accessibility. Like, I expect that to be provided by somebody to me. So this is why I had a Radix UI open earlier. Because it's a headless library that's meant for doing it. It's like you handle the visuals and Radix handles the behavior and the accessibility and the keyboard interactions and the clickability and the dragging and all that stuff. So I'm going to try it out. We're just going to see what happens when we try starting to use Radix UI inside of this code base. So use actions sheet. Let's do the same platform fork for use action sheet that we did for the dropdown. So that way we can get the action sheet re-enabled everywhere and it'll still be broken on web. Hello, Godri. First time chat. Welcome in, welcome in. Sorry I didn't see your message earlier. Hope I'm saying your name correctly as well, Godri. Welcome. We're working on a web app and also a React Native app, and it has its own backend. If you look at my terminal, I've got 3 tabs open. One for the server, backend stuff. It's got some stray log statements. 1 tab for the mobile app, and 1 tab for the web front end, the Next.js app. So you'll see me bouncing back and forth like the front end and the back end on this project. And right now I'm kind of easing the pain between web and mobile. So use action sheets. Let's just try re-enabling it. Okay, and it's going to auto import from the wrong place. But let's just do that for now, and then we'll at least have access to it. So use action sheet is importing from Zen native, and this is the implementation, blah, blah, blah. It's kind of boring. I'm going to copy it into Zen with a platform fork. So there's going to be action button sheet .tsx. That will be the stubbed out web implementation, and then action button sheet .native.tsx. And that's where this implementation should live. It's going to import bottom sheet from Zen native, and that shouldn't cause any troubles because we're platform forked at this point inside of a .native.tsx file. And yeah, I'm just going to copy this whole thing, mostly just for the type signature of the function. Just return null. Wait, return a callback, an empty callback. So no bottom sheet usage for you, and now our web stub is looking complete. So action button sheet, I have a bunch of duplicate files now. This file can just be deleted because we're moving it to Zen. In fact, all of Zen native can probably go because the native implementation can just be shared inside the same folder. And that was kind of a slow realization that I had, where I was like starting to move everything, like move all the native specific stuff to Zen native, and it's like, oh, this is a lot more painful than just platform forking the files, which is starting to work better and better over the years. I'm trying to open the index file and delete this because that will cause troubles. Okay, now action button sheet can be re-imported everywhere because all the references are broken. So use action sheet, I'll delete that, and then come here and try to auto import. No suggestions. Gee whiz, thanks for that. It's just, it should be, oh, actually it's not TypeScript's fault, it's my fault. Zen/UI, Zen/index is what I was looking for. I need to actually export this thing. So action button sheet. If I'm going to import it in the way that I want to import it with this like auto import, I need to export it from each package. So that's not super convenient, but it's fine. Key is missing. Okay, so this is an actual type error that it's legitimately complaining about. I'll just quickly fix this because it makes all the squiggly red lines go away by providing a few random unique keys. Okie dokie. We're making good time. Making good time. Now, where are we at? Oh, so yeah, now the drop-down is not commented out from the code from this page. What's going on in the mobile app? Bad things are happening here on the mobile app. Whoa, yeah, gross. Yeah, Zen native use action. Oh, Brooke, I know what's happened. As I moved this thing and I forgot to like change all the references. So look, all these calls to use action sheet, there's probably 5 or 10 of them. What is it called? Use actions sheet. They're not referencing real code anymore. So yeah, these are all bad news. We are going on a hunt. Friends, we have another hunt. We are on the hunt for all of these broken references. This should be a pretty easy fix actually, because I can just kind of import from Zen. Fixed. Come over here, import from Zen instead of Zen native. How about you? Wouldn't you like to import from Zen? Anybody else? We are on a new like macro mission to get Zen native collapsed into Zen. It can be done. And this action sheet stuff is a big part of it. And now we can re-implement stuff like from use feature. Oh wait, we can just delete that whole line. Look at all of these disabled action sheets that we are going to bring back to life. Okay, how many more? I'm going to rerun the search because it'll update all of these. And I can see who's the naughty boys. Who are the naughty hooks that need to be re-referenced? Use action sheet. I can auto import you eventually. Okay. So let's see. We want all of our action sheets to work. That action sheet works, and it's inside of shared code. This action sheet works. What about this action sheet? Okay, well, I don't know why that action sheet is not opening, but edit the schema and tap on one of these things. No, these things should open action sheets. There's a missing action sheet. You don't think it's this one that's commented out, do you? Form field header? I don't know. I'm trying to click on the header of a form field and nothing's happening. Do you think that's the problem here? That there's a bunch of commented out action sheet code here in the form field header. Okay, good. So now the form field is got these all these drop-downs working. So string input is probably the next thing we need to do, which is this like little drop-down for collecting a string, like when you're naming something, when you're changing the name. Okay, I'm not going to get distracted on every type error that I see. Only most of them. Oh, don't look at it. Don't pay no attention to the squiggly red lines. Just try to get stuff done. I'm like a racehorse with blinders on. Okay, chain history screen has the same kind of pattern where we're going to want to yoink all of this. It's actually a really empty feature. I don't think this feature is really even implemented right now. But I'm tempted to just like aggressively go get more screens moved over into this like features architecture. Okay, Is this driving anyone else crazy that this part isn't working? Yeah, this the Z API doesn't really have generics, and it's a little weird that you have to think of like an API like itself having generics in the same way that a type system has generics. But it kind of does have one generic right now, and it's broken from the user interface perspective, and that's store state. Because it's saying that basically like you need to provide an argument into this thing in order to get the real type. So you need to specify which store you want to look at. And that's defined on the back end. Currently the only Z generic type is this Z group, which is like this generic only based on a string. So it's like, it's a generic, but it's broken and it's zoo server. That's what we're specifying right here. We're saying create Z group, and we're saying that depending on the group that you're, or basically the ID of this, that you're passing in to store state, you're going to be getting something different. And this is what you're getting, is you're actually going to be looking up based on the user ID. So you're going to be getting the read-only capability for a given user. So, and this is kind of how multi-tenancy is kind of currently set up here. So if we're here on root, we can do get store state. And it doesn't really give us anything when we get this. But when we get store state of a certain user who has data, like Eric3, this is the username of the user that has certain data in the store. Boom, the store data pops out. So that's cool. Pretty cool. You can't hear my stomach rumbling, can you? Because I can. And I feel super hungry. Something about streaming makes me pretty hungry afterwards. I think that more of my brain is used up when I stream and code than when I just code. Because I'm talking and just thinking harder. But thanks for hanging out. Gojri, I assume you're the one viewer in chat right now. That's the dangers of talking in my chat, is I know exactly who's watching because there are so few viewers. But anyone watching on the VOD as well, definitely appreciate you coming to hang out, learn about the project, see what my workflow is like. It's a bit of a mess, but this is a cool project because it has so much going on all inside of one code base, and it's also kind of cohesive and dependency free. I'm a bit obsessed, if it wasn't obvious. But yeah, like this is a multi-tenancy application that supports login, supports arbitrary schemas. Like this is like getting to be useful. It's super ugly, I'll admit. But one of the big missing things here is the user interface for trying to query for the data, but it's actually not that important from a from a workflow perspective. As long as every user knows their own username, which of course they do, then they can query for their own data in their application. And that's what we're doing here, is that the user inside of the application called Eric3 has gone and saved a bunch of files, and now we're accessing them in a read-only way, querying them probably from our application. Okay, so on web, what do we have? The drop-down doesn't work, but a lot of the navigation is working. So we are in such a nice stopping point. My goodness. Oh, look, even adding an item in array works. Wait, maybe I can make a mutation. This will be the very first mutation I've made from web to the API, if it works. So the toast didn't work. It should have come up with a message saying, hey, congratulations, you've done it. But hey, when I refresh, all the data is here. This is so nice. Okay, I'm gonna save all of my work and then take a 5 or 10 minute break. I might try and find some food. Might not find anything that I like in my house, but come back to stream for another little while. Anyways, I don't know if I'll stream for another half hour or few hours, but I'll be back. I'm just going to check in all of this code, which is a refactor for web sharing of features, which is a big change. It includes changes to Zen as well as changes to the main flagship Zoo application, as it's codenamed. But no big deal. Sync those changes to the server so that everyone here, on GitHub, #GitHub, can follow along. So thanks for enjoying. Enjoy Lo-Fi Girl for a few minutes, and I'll be back soon. Oh, I turned all the microphones on. Okay, now the mic is on. A minute ago, yeah, we made our very first mutation from the web app, which is pretty cool. And that's what I was saying here. Okay, so what about new file? What about changing the schema? What about this dropdown? I think this dropdown is the highest priority. So let's get this dropdown to work like it works on mobile. On mobile, it does one thing, where it creates the bottom sheet here, behavior. So let's try installing Radix UI and experimenting with it. So what is the very first Radix experiment? It's going to be the menu. Context menu? No. The drop-down menu. This is what I want for this UI. I want it to look like this, more or less. So this is the anatomy of them. And maybe it'll look like something. I'm not sure if anything will visually show up if I just copy and paste all of this. So action button sheet. This is the implementation we want to work on. The problem is it's a hook. And is the hook going to render anything for us? Like, where is this actually being rendered, right? React Native, it uses context in order to access the container, because it's the sort of container that has that space to render down here in this whole container. There's no context here, so we actually want to, and we do want these components to be showing up in the right spot, so that way the dropdown is in the right spot. So in the case where we're using action sheet, we actually need to change some stuff. Maybe return a tuple, where on one hand is the opener, and then second thing is the thing that you need to render. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's probably the thing to do. But let me just see which use action sheet we want to start on. We're currently looking at which screen? The store screen. There should be a ... of the store. Which, of course, is the feature. I know it's confusing. It's not called the store screen or the store feature. It's called the feature. It's a super abstract thing that's defined on the API. Okay, so use action sheet, actions sheet. Is this what we have to do? And then maybe inside of the header, because look, the header has, okay, one thing maybe we can do is we can do it like this, so that we render both this and the action sheet content. Sheet content? I don't know. It's the sheet. This is great sheet. But the problem here is now we use action sheet, like I use this everywhere in the application, and I need to go change this implementation and the React Native implementation. So this is this implementation, and the React Native implementation looks like this. It's like const on open equals this, and then you return on open in a tuple, and the null, no content basically on React Native. But maybe you will want content later, who knows? We just have to change this code everywhere where we are using action sheet. It's only like 10 places. The good news is it's a simple fix in each place. fixed, fixed. These aren't going to be permanently fixed, by the way, because we still have to render all of them. But they should be fixed enough to not be broken on mobile, which is my main concern. I just spend all day working on one platform and breaking the other. Okay, that kind of feels like all of them. Okay, so we've changed the signature of all of those. And then on Z feature, we are rendering sheet content. It's like, so finally, inside of use action sheet, we can start rendering our radix example. Like the radix example looks like this. And we're also going to need to probably do an npm installation of this, I think. And I guess this can just be a dependency of Zen itself, and it should get tree shook on mobile. I expect a nice shaking of the trees. Here in Workspace, zoo mobile, add, wait, no, we wanted to just add this as a dependency to Zen. Why not? What could go wrong? Unknown workspace Zen. You're right, it's called @Zerve/Zen. You're right, I'm treating that as a command. I need to say add this thing. Give me the good stuff, Yarn. Okay, so now this stuff should exist. Okay, and now I'm just going to take all of this. And this is a mess because Radix expects that they're also rendering the button. Instead of use action sheet, what if I created a different thing? What if I created and it's frustrating because I just changed the signature of it everywhere in the code base, but probably could be done better. Again, I need to stop getting distracted by squiggly red lines when they're not relevant. Use the action sheet. Like, we need to be rendering this stuff, but that's the problem, is this trigger. What is this drop-down menu .trigger? Like, does Radix UI explain what that is? Because I've actually never used Radix UI. I just think it feels like a good thing. It gives me good vibes. Type ahead support, isn't that convenient? Like, all these little things that you don't even really think about. Right? If I start typing more tools, more, and now I hit spacebar, and now I can do any of these things. I could type dev and hit enter. It's like so nice. Like, Radix UI definitely does impress me. Except, yeah, like default open. This is on the root components. These are all the props. Trigger as child. The button that toggles the drop-down menu. So by default, the .content will position itself against the trigger. That makes a lot of sense. And you can specify as child. Change the component to the HTML tag of the only child. This makes a lot of sense. I would like to use as child. But the problem is use action sheet right now. The API that I'm using internally for use action sheet doesn't really allow the action sheet to render the child. But that's okay, because on mobile, that's not really important as much, like the current UI on mobile. But maybe we do want that to matter on mobile, so that the action sheet, instead of using the bottom sheet, it like shows up in the correct location right next to the thing that you just tapped on. And that would probably be an improvement. So I wouldn't mind changing the API of use action sheet. I just need to figure out how to do it. And let's focus on the screen that we're currently on again, and close all these some of these other screens that are less important. I think it's just Z feature. This is where we are. Yeah, so use action sheet. And here where we're rendering icon button, and there's a callback for on options. You know, what if we did it different? What if we did it different? What if we said that this is basically the button, and then sheet content here is now really mandatory, important to be rendered here, and it can be just like this, sheet content. But then in use action sheet, we also need to say this is how you render the button. Currently, there's a callback for the list of actions. What if the callback has actions, and also it has the render icon? Or actually, just it could have the icon itself. And then this is the on press. Oh no, that's confusing as hell. I'll say the first thing that it gets is the ability to render the icon, render the thing that's being pressed. So I'm changing the API aggressively here. Handle press. That will be the only argument for now. Okay. And then also it has the ability to get the actions. And it's just a callback for the actions themselves. So now this is sensible. We just need to change this now aggressively. We'll delete this and we'll bring this back in a minute when we are ready for it. Because we need to go change the API all over the application again, even more aggressively. Fine. Get actions is now the second argument. So the first argument is render pressable, render child, render button, render clicky boo button. Okay, render button sounds great. So icon, but this is basically what render button is returning. So I'm just thinking about, for now I'm just going to ignore it. I'll focus here on the React Native implementation because we need to go make it so that this is like applied across the entire application, which will take time. Use action sheet. So first is render button. And it's a callback, and it returns a React node. Right? Something like that. And it's given a onOpen callback. Okay, so now we actually need to call render button here when we're providing our element, and we are providing onOpen as a callback. So pretty simple change on the native implementation because there's less tricky stuff going on. But this is going to unlock the right stuff in the web implementation. And now I need to go make it so that this render button API is used everywhere in this code base where we call use action sheet. This is depressing, highly depressing. So this is the options button that we're kind of creating here. And this is not even necessary here, but the options button here will be necessary. And in my clipboard, I'm holding something precious. Holding something precious in my clipboard on open renders this icon button. And this is one call site fixed. And it's funny that this is no longer necessary. But I'll leave it here because it still could be necessary if you want some other code to be able to imperatively open up your options. So isn't that lovely? Okay. Well, the reason I'm annoyed at it is because it's coming back as the first argument in the tuple. Okay, I'll do the naughty thing. I'll make it so that I'm just going to continue aggressively changing the API and hold all of it in my head. What I'm doing now is I'm rearranging the order of the tuple arguments on this thing. Okay, time to go fix some more call sites. Everywhere that we're doing use action sheets, it's bad. It's bad almost everywhere. Oh, see here, this on long press is an example when you do want to have open options. So that's nice that we did it this way. Okay, so now you're going to see me go and repeatedly do the same thing in a bunch of places. And it's going to be really fun. So fun. We just really like repetitive refactors. We should like take high amounts of focus for really mechanical behavior, basically. But you need to remain focused, otherwise you fuck up the code. OnOpen implicitly has an any type. Actually, it shouldn't, because you should be able to know that you should be able to know what it is. But let me see if use action sheet. Oh, render button. Yes, on web and according to TypeScript, that makes sense. We need to copy this type signature back to the web implementation. And we're going to import React Node so that TypeScript doesn't get totally lost. And now it's no longer complaining, right? Right? Yeah, right? Good. The error went away right here. Okay, back to the hunt. Right? This refactor is done because I put the options button here. Yeah, okay. Don't lose focus. Don't lose focus. Okay. Okay. Just going to close everything that I think looks good. Options button. That one looks good. Okay. Use action sheets. Give me the next victim. Oh, it's the options button. Just like I've called it everywhere else, mostly this functionality is here on the ability to download or press options. Oh, and the second argument is called open options. And then here to the action sheet, we need to provide the ability to render the button on open. So we're going to great lengths to make sure this stuff doesn't break on any place in the app for React Native. And we'll have to do a few tests once this refactor is done And then we can even just start to do the web implementation of our little menu thing. But it's okay. Oops, use action sheets. Give me my next victim. Why might this be null? Oh, I think I know why, actually, because so the type is being inferred here. So I need to specify as const to tell TypeScript that this is a tuple and that these things are never going to change. And you can reliably trust that each of these things inside of here are statically analyzable. You can get the type from them. And like speaking of getting the type, it's like null as React node, really. A React element. I mean, null is usually usable as a React element, but here I don't think TypeScript is happy about that. It's okay, because eventually this will get turned into a real type signature. Or what we can do is we can say, ask it to infer the type signature right now. And we can also just specify it as that. Yeah, it's read-only. I don't know if that type part is necessary, but here's the callback for open options. And then here's the thing that says it's like null or a React node. Is Prettier not working on this file? Shouldn't that be a time when you want to break it into a new line? I don't know why Prettier is I must have some sort of error. It's unassignable to the mutable type, so I do need to specify read-only there. I don't know why Prettier is not collapsing this onto multiple lines, but oh, probably because of this nonsense. What's going on here with export default gobbledygook? All right. And this is the same type signature I want applied on the native implementation. It's kind of my job to sync these type signatures, which is not perfect, but not a big deal. So now let's double check that the types are checking out. You know that you are going to be a React node. Excellent. Okay, use action sheets. Who else is the next victim here? I'm going to close you. We're down to about 3 or 4 more call sites, so it's not so bad. I'm getting lots of practice making this little refactor, as if it fricking matters. What's going on? This one doesn't even have any actions at all. This is a useless dropdown. I'm changing this code for no reason. I might as well have deleted this code. But we're just making the type system happy. Okay, this actually is pretty simple. We just need to rearrange you because the sheet content is returned first and then on options. What's going on here? Open options. And there's file feature. Oh no. Wait, is this doing what I'm afraid it's doing? I'm afraid that there's a dropdown being triggered by another dropdown, or an action sheet or something being triggered by another dropdown. So let me see. On choose type. Wait, who's calling? What was it called before? It was called open actions. Oh, okay. Interesting. So this whole thing is the button. It's the form field header. So there's a dropdown on this whole header. Okay, well, it's a little wacky, but we can still do what we've been doing. So open actions, but most importantly, really, we're getting the actions button, or the header row. Just the header. Let's just call it the header. Use action sheet, and then inside of it is the callback. I don't know how. Is this a terrible idea, or is this an okay thing to do? 50-50 is where I'm at on that. I have no clue. Not the slightest idea, but I will return the header, because that's like this main component here. And here's the callback. Just like looking at this code, I'm totally gonna regret this, but you know, how else will he learn? So I'm not filtering this properly, or like basically it's unhappy with the fact that I'm filtering out potentially empty items because I need to filter out this action from sometimes. It's only offering you the clipboard action when there's something in the clipboard to clip. But this type error was here before, actually, I think, and I will proceed to ignore. I think in this file also there is another use action sheet, and it might be the last one in the entire code base. That's the naughty code base. That's the naughty. Who's calling on choose type here? Oh, it's that I renamed it from. Wait, was this action sheet just not used? I don't understand. We're on the one of form field. Okay, no, this will be an important thing to have, I think. Drop down. Oh, it's a drop down instead of an on choose type. The options are the union Okay, well, TypeScript is telling me it's safe to just delete this code. And you don't have to tell me twice when you're giving me a chance to delete some of my own code. I will jump on that opportunity. So web app looks fine, but also isn't working. Isn't working in the sense that the I kind of expected to see those ellipses, see the drop down, see the dot dot dots. What about here? Is this a dot 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 that works? All right, let me try a few other dot dot dots. Okay. Wow, that's actually pretty confidence inspiring that all the last half hour of code mangling has resulted in not too many regressions. I don't know. At least the dot dot dots are appearing on React Native. You know what? I think it's because the web implementation stub is just not complete enough. Now I think actually it's time for me to get to the thing that I've been hoping to get to for such a long time, is this little web implementation of the action sheet dropdown thing. We're importing from Radix, and we're not getting explosions just because we're importing from Radix, so that's a good sign. That's a good sign that we'll be able to use Radix. So here, yeah, like null, it shouldn't be null. We should do what we're doing on native, where we're calling render button, and then we pass in the on open. So we need to, I don't know if it makes sense to have an imperative on open with Radix. Does Radix let us do that? I kind of hope so, but whatever. We'll import function on open. We'll just stub this out. Stubby stub stub. Okay, now how about showing us those dots on web, right? Good. And of course they don't do anything when we click on them, but we could make that happen. Most importantly, finally now, like all this stuff that we had in the example code for the Radix structure, this like could work now. Specifically like dropdown root, blah, 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 dropdown menu dot trigger. I don't know if this shows up as anything, but if it does, we want the button to wrap it. So literally this is where we're going to try putting all this stuff. I don't know what will happen. But I'm going to try to put it literally inside of the trigger. Let's just see if anything happens. Okay. So it doesn't really let me click on it. I'll bet you multiple click handlers are trying to kind of seize control of this. So I'd kind of like this button to not be a button on web, because I think dropdown menu.trigger is trying to do it. Forward ref exotic component, like whoa. Okay, remember on dropdown trigger docs here, trigger, there's a as child. Let's just definitely pass that through. Definitely as child, right? Because it's a button in the child. Again, we're not looking at mobile, we're looking at web. Okay, well, it's because this pressable is not like technically a button, I think, so it's maybe as child trigger is not working. But I'm also wondering like how to, does Radix have a way for me to ask the dropdown to open? I really hope so. Properties missing on radio item, whatever, value, lol, who cares? Get out of here, squiggly lines. I'd rather have some lol-tastic code than having distracting errors. So, come on, we want it to look like this, but we don't want to use all of the same style code. But this is the full kind of code that they're demoing. It's like a bunch of style, and it looks nice. It's got little animations configured to it. Yeah, I didn't even notice that. It kind of fades in. Item styles. And these are all stitches styles. Good, great, that's nice. And this is where a lot of the pain in the front-end world comes in, is like incompatibility across different systems. And I kind of wish that there was something like Dripsy that provided a really robust component library that also like had all of this stuff. So look, in the Radix example, there's state. So what is the state? Person, set person, URLs checked. Okay, so this is literally just kind of the example state. There's no way to, how do you access the state Yeah, like if I change to colon, it changes to colon. How do I change the state or access the state of the thing itself? Is it, I want to tell it when to open. On open change, that's nice. Default open and open. So it looks like it can be controlled. So root, yeah, root can literally be controlled. Open. Open equals is open. Now I need to have is open as a state. Is open. Set is open. I don't know of a better way to do it other than hoisting, right? Basically managing the state myself. Saying, oh no, it's not open by default. And when you request it to be open, how hard could it possibly be? And then on open change, boom. I don't know. This looks like it's got to be complete, right? And at some point, I need to actually be calling get actions to render to determine what's going on inside here. But what happens? I just want stuff to show up. Now I'm afraid that it's working. It's just doesn't look like anything. Doesn't look like anything to me. But I have no way to know. Huh, that was interesting. I clicked on it and then I saw the spinner spin. Why would the spinner spin as a result of clicking the drop down? I went to such great lengths just to get to be able to experiment with radix. And, I'd like to understand where I need to apply styles in the minimal sense. And at this point, I'm trying to see if I can target this with the React component hierarchy selector thing. But like, it's not able to use this, I think, or let's go into here, home screen, page layout, feature, header. Header is close. Drop down menu. Okay, it's rendering all of the right things. Well, anyways, I have code here. True. And then here I'm going to render. Just going to need to do a little bit of sanity check. Using the action sheet, baby, is open. Oh, it says use action sheet. True. That's kind of amazing. How's that happening, huh? I'll bet you up here, is there a use action sheet false at some point? Okay, just so it's really obvious why I'm confused. Like true makes that look like this is the default value, is open. But the default value is false. Hello? Are you open? I don't understand. I'm going to put in a little. So it thinks that the thing is open right now. Oh, and now I just closed it somehow. This kind of does allow me to theoretically open and close it. And probably I'm just not able to see stuff because there's no styles on the radix side of things. styles that should theoretically be positioning. I don't know. But it's also so bizarre that it defaults to open. I'm going to try to turn this off. Huh? I'm saying huh because we're going to see if on open change inside of the radix drop-down menu root is responsible. Hello, are you open? And now it's false. Okay, you know what? I think maybe it was because it was live reloading and keeping the old state when it was previously open when I was experimenting with it. So I'm going to put this code back. Just going to put you back where you came from. You're probably not actually broken. And what is broken is that we're not styling all of this stuff. All of these things need to be basically restyled. So dropdown menu.label, dropdown menu.item, and also there's no content in here. So for example, if I just try putting some content, maybe we'll see something. Hello. I'm looking like all over the screen because I don't expect it to be positioned properly. So here it's saying, yes, we are opening and closing properly, but I'm just not seeing it. And maybe the issue is that we haven't styled dropdown menu.content to be positioning float. So this is my cheat sheet. I need to basically copy all of these styles. Wait, no, there's not that many styles at all. You're styling the icon button, styling the right slot. Oh, wait. It's importing a lot of styled things. Which is fine. I'm not, opposed to it. Yeah. I mean, at this point, I'm pretty tempted to just copy all of this and import stitches and see what happens. Because this is just so much stuff. I'm trying to ignore the animation stuff. I need to look at styled content, basically copy over this logic, ignoring the animation, item styles, and item styles are used to style all of these different items. Then there's the styled label, which is like the text, styled separator, the line, styled indicator. Here, I'm just going to copy all of this to a file where I can properly read it, because it's Radix is nice because it lets you do stuff on your own, but also the example code is 300 lines for a dropdown. So what I was trying to reference here is if the root, what is the style for the root itself? Dropdown menu. Oh yeah, and here they're using as child. Okay, so dropdown menu itself is dropdown menu primitive.root. It's not styled. Okay, so maybe we just need to style the container or the content or whatever they call it. Yeah, dropdown menu content. And maybe I'll also put in one of my components in there so that we can just see if the content itself is working. It has something called side offset. Great, I'm going to yoink that. Dropdown menu content. Side offset. But we need to style this through React Native Web somehow. Lol? Lol, what? How? Tell me? Because yeah, this is going to get rendered as an actual React component. Hello, Juliner? How do I spell your name? How do I pronounce it? But yeah, I thank you for hopping in chat. I feel like I've got to narrate for you because that way you're clued into a lot of my confusion. But it's also cool. Good, good. But yeah, it's also helpful for me to to be speaking through this stuff because man, otherwise it can be really hard to focus properly and to do things right. Yeah, just trying to get drop-down functionality working where the kind of the logic is cross-platform. Like here, it's working. Here's a working drop-down on mobile, and we want to get the same thing working here. Actually, I'll jump into the exact same URL. So this would be the drop-down that we want to get to work. And we're trying to use Radix, but I'm kind of regretting not using something that's more friendly to React Native Web. So like we can take a look at what Chrome is literally rendering, and we'll see the actual Radix elements, I believe. Oops, not that button, this button. I think there's some like overlay that's preventing. Okay, so I have to dig through the body myself. That's unpleasant. Okay, here's the next application. Here's the screen. Here's the header, it looks like. Inside of the header, we've got this layout, and here's the dropdown. And here's all the junk inside of the dropdown, which is presumably, okay, look, there's not much stuff here. So it's not open. And then we click it, and then this other thing shows up. Right? Did it? Did all of our stuff appear? Maybe I'm confused. Maybe Radix doesn't actually render the stuff itself and it lets me render it. That's kind of the dream. Dropdown menu dot content. So I mean, what happens if I just put a view here? And maybe I can get a view from Dripsy. Can I try the Dripsy view? Is that available here? I don't know. Because it'd be really nice to be using Dripsy together with Radix. That's like the dream. Starter project, web, get started, overview. Yeah, so you should be able to get things like view and text and H1 and P from Dripsy. Like, yes, please. I think Dripsy's all installed here. Otherwise, we'll find out soon. So, background color. And it lets you use a variable here on the background color, but maybe it also lets me just put in like some ugly color. And this is on the SX prop. I'm going to try to wrap all of the drop-down content with this view. And then instead of the background color, I'm just going to do like blue. I hope it would just render blue. Let's see if we can get it to show up, get some blue to show up. I'd really like a blue thing. I'm blue dabba-dee dabba-die. Background color, I don't know. I'm also just going to render a random paragraph tag for fun. Oh, okay, just to like make sure that Dripsy is here and is kind of working, right? And like it's a paragraph tag, like I can do SX with a color set to blue. Okay, so Dripsy is like present and accounted for. What we're struggling with is straight up uh, just just radix. I'm always even forgetting the name of what I'm working with. So the trigger kind of appears to be working. Well, now it's imperative, or like it's controlled in the sense that we are constantly telling the radix drop-down menu whether or not it's open. So like radix really has yet to prove itself to us, except it is clear that it's able to close the drop-down menu properly. Like I'm able to open this, and then now anywhere I click on screen, it closes the drop-down menu. Hello, are you open? I can delete this because now I have confidence that, like, this thing is not really showing up. This drop-down menu.content, I don't know why. I think I need to, like, style the thing itself. Here, let me take a look at the drop-down menu.content props and see if it has something interesting. Content as child. This is what I was looking for. This would be interesting if this worked, and by interesting I mean awesome and exactly what I want, and not disappointing at all. And I don't know, I just want to see some blue stuff. Let me also just put a paragraph in here. Anybody? We're just trying to get this like thing to look open at all. I'm like looking all over the screen to see if the text shows up. It's not showing up. So this as child is not really doing it for me. Oh, and now as child won't work because it needs to have a single child. I'll bet you bad errors will happen now. Maybe? No? Yeah. So what's wrong with this thing? Okay, what if I just change the style of this to be like position absolute, width 100. This is going to be dummy proof, which is another way of saying dummy full. Left 0, right or top 0. Okay, I expect 100 by 100 blue square to show up in the top left corner when I tap the ... Okay, what is going on right now? Radix, I don't understand you. As child. Okay, maybe the problem is that Dripsy is I just don't know Dripsy well enough. Not a problem. I'm happy to use Vue directly from React Native. Because I need to just like sanity check. I'm trying to learn too many things at once. I'm trying to learn Radix and Dripsy at the same time. And maybe that's what's biting me, right? That's the problem, right? No. Apparently I still just don't understand Radix because the blue thing should show up when I hit the ... Maybe people also have troubles with React Native Web and Radix. Like, this could just be too edge case. Yeah, killing two birds with one stone in software. What could possibly go wrong? It never fails. Oh, there's like something around Expo. Oh, some topic? I don't know what I'm even looking for. I like this point of, a proof of concept using Radix UI primitives on every platform with Expo and Next.js. Oh, it's from Axel. Axel actually was the one who kind of prompted me to look at React Native, to look at Radix UI. Because he mentioned that they were using it with some success. I think he works at Showtime. But that's so funny that like, oh man, yeah, like he's the only one who's got like published code or example code for it. But no more messing around. I'm going to see if I can read some of this code and understand how it works. Playlist screen, okay? Profile screen, okay? Home screen. Okay, they're using SWR for data loading. Makes sense, makes sense. Records, so records comes from components probably. Styles text input. Who are you using? Oh, I didn't realize that Dripsy has this styled API. That's hot. No wonder people like Dripsy. This is really similar to like all the kind of style stuff on web that I'm kind of used to. Like styled components and emotion. So this is quite nice. I'm tempted to even just try this, even though it's not going to work. Right? Because this is kind of what Radix is recommending too. So I'm going to try this like high-level styled approach to try and style the drop-down menu.content. We'll see what happens. I don't think things are going to work. But we're going to use styled from Dripsy. Come on. Okay, we'll just use styled from Dripsy. And then I'll try drop-down menu.content. And then we'll just call this new component the drop-down menu content. So I just need to delete the dot from the name. Looks like that's the convention they were using on Radix UI. Okay, but now this is styled like text, and we just want it to be, we want it to be like this dummy thing. Like just make me believe that this thing is showing up on the screen. Like make it blue, make it position absolute, give it a height and a width. I want to see it. Okay, I don't know, maybe the code is freaking out because, okay, I can replicate this now by just running the code. I don't know why it's happening, but let's see if I can at least read this error. I need to make it small. Hello, are you open? The error occurred in the div component, but what error? Yes, it's trying to reach the error boundary, and there's no error boundary. I understand, but what is the error? Can't you just... Oh, there's something called slot clone, forward ref. Yes. Okay. This is all going wrong. So yeah, it does not look like Dripsy is like really wanting to style arbitrary things, because this is like a web component. I don't even know what drop-down menu.content is doing for me. I'm not sure if it's rendering actual DOM components or if it's just a higher level abstract component that just like conditionally renders children, for example. It might only render the children when the dropdown is open or while it's being animated. I don't know. I need to like get something working here for this dropdown. I mean, hell, like even a select would almost work, so that like when you click on this arbitrary thing, the select opens. It's just when you choose one of those things that's doing an action. But that does make it a little bit too easy to do an action when it should be more of a affirmative user action. So drop-down menu content, I'm going to delete this failed attempt. It was a great try. And pretty soon I'm just going to stop using Radix altogether. Because if I can't figure out how to make Radix work with React Native Web, we're in for a bad time. And by the way, that's not even what Axel was doing here. So I need to like focus up on studying this code, which is purportedly wrapping. Here, I'll check the components folder. This is where all the good stuff is, right? Maybe, hopefully. records list. Okay, so it's referring to the component called records list. Okay, still no Dripsy. Sorry, still no Radix UI being wrapped that I can see. That's why I'm like hunting for it. Record. We'll take a look at a single record. Maybe this is going to use Radix. Okay, it uses the drop-down menu. Oh. Drop-down menu dot trigger as view. You can use as. So look, drop-down menu dot content in this. So he is using the same sort of controlled API that I've used. Record content. I'm going to take a look at that, but I think that's probably the oh, I see. So context menu dot trigger, basically like this whole thing is right clickable. So he's demonstrating the ability to have right click, which is the context menu component. Cool. Wait, so yeah, Axel's stuff is really helpful here. I think we might be able to get it working if we learn from this well enough. Context menu dot content. Oh, again, I'm getting it mixed up with drop-down menu dot content. And then there's the menu itself. Okay, and the menu comes from someplace called the design system. So drop-down menu dot root, drop-down menu dot content. Oh, interesting. How on mobile it's kind of styled to look like the bottom sheet modal. That's cool because that's kind of what the bottom sheet, or like I'm currently using a bottom sheet library on React Native right now. So it looks the same. It might look the same kind of as what he's going for here. So if platform.os is web, then you're going to use something called menu style. So what is menu style? Menu style comes from design system set menu. Wouldn't it be nice if I could command click on GitHub? Wouldn't it be nice if GitHub was like owned by the same company that owned VS Code? That the same features that are available in VS Code could work on GitHub? I don't know, I'm just spitballing here. Okay, menu style. Wow, so you can literally just put in style and including things like, okay, so menu style is used, where was I? Take me back to the good file. The file with all the answers. Menu style goes on, context menu dot, okay, whatever. I need to look at menu itself. Menu is a view. Look, yeah, he's using a Dripsy view. And then there's like different styles based on web or React Native, web or mobile, no big deal. And menu item is a separate file, I assume. Where's menu item? Ah, so menu item here is using React Native pressable directly. But then it's also rendering the Radix menu item and just, so it looks like Radix accepts just a style object with all sorts of stuff, styles. Okay. So I'm going to copy menu item. This looks nice. Pressable comes from React Native. And menu item is a drop-down menu. action.item. I'll call this an action menu item. We are going to render one of these for each of our actions that we get from getActions. And the action it will get is an action button def. On press, well, it doesn't really need to do anything right now because everything is still so broken. On select is basically the same thing as the pressable on press. That's kind of interesting how there's mirrored logic there. Whatever, I've seen worse. Action.title. Looks like that's what it's going to be called, and we can import text from Dripsy. Can we? You'd think that... Okay, here I need to make sure that VS Code knows that Dripsy is a peer dependency of this package by jumping into the... Where is it? Seriously, where is the package.json for Zen? It was just a different color. Couldn't see it because it was a different color. Peer dependencies is going to have Dripsy. Okay, now VS Code, please import text from Dripsy. Okay. And let's make the color not be white, but be green. Make it as ugly as possible. Like, I'm really just trying to see anything on the screen right now. I'll settle for anything that shows up on the screen. See? Nothing showing up on the screen. Didn't even matter what color it was. It's okay, because I still haven't fixed this drop-down menu.content part of it. Axel, how did you do it, Axel? I need to just follow that code carefully. So this is the menu itself, which is in place of the menu content, right? Like, okay, no. So there is the drop-down menu.content that's rendered, and it takes in this menu style. And this menu style is defined down here. Okay. So that's the style for the drop-down menu.content. Why didn't I try this the whole time? Side offset. I don't know what side offset means. That was just part of the other example code. Okay, you know what I'm looking for. Show me a thing. Show me anything. Just refresh. Refresh just in case. Show me the money. Why? Why won't it appear? I would just like some appearance. Background color, min width. Okay, what if I also specify like a min height, you know? Just in case, like 200 pixels. And the background color needs to be uglier, like salmon. Man, I felt like I was moving so fast earlier today, and now I've spent like an hour, feels like, just trying to make this drop down appear. But I'm getting confident that we're opening and closing just fine because the logs are telling me. Okay, here's my next problem. I'm going to delete this because now we're styling the drop-down menu content. We probably don't want to have our own view inside of it. And we do have this text, which should like show up as text if this thing is being rendered, but I'm thinking maybe it's more of a layout issue than a rendering issue, that we're just like not seeing it for some reason. Like, does it let us put a z-index or something on it? Z-index? Z-index? I don't know. Just add several zeros to the z-index and then it should be visible, right? No? Where's right click, like layout to top? I wonder if Radix is using like a React portal. It feels kind of likely to achieve this. So it doesn't actually render inside the same component. Well, this content has just been boring and painful and ridiculous. Side offset. What are you doing, side offset? I don't even know what that's for. There's an error happening here inside of the icon button. Let's see if we can read more about that error. I'm trying to read these errors and like my eyes are just glazing over. Like these are not making any sense at all. But this is this is probably the issue here. Function components cannot be given refs. Attempts to access this ref will fail. Slot clone. Oh man, I like it when I see this error because this is like the easiest thing to fix. When I see the React key error, that's something I can fix right now. All I need to do is specify key, action.key. So nothing's going wrong here. But yeah, no, bad things are happening. Very bad things are happening. All this happens on a fresh load. All of this error spew. Specifically, this error is the concerning one. Function components cannot be given refs. Attempts to access this ref will fail. Did you mean to use React.forward_ref? Maybe, dude. I don't know. Drop-down menu. Drop-down menu.item. Drop-down menu.content. Drop-down menu.trigger. I'll try simplifying some of this content. Not that it's going to fix anything, but just mostly to see if the errors change or are reduced at all. I'm just going to like delete most of the stuff out of the drop-down menu.content. So as far as I can tell, drop-down menu.root and .trigger aren't having troubles, but the content is having a lot of troubles. Very bad troubles. Z-index is very high and it still does not show up on the screen whatsoever. And yeah, this error is still here. Function components cannot be given refs. Something wrong with icon button. A ref is attempted to be passed here inside of... Oh, maybe it's this as child. I'll try removing the as... Oh man. I don't really understand how the trigger changed that. Oh boy. Oh boy, am I happy to see something show up on the screen. Fuck. Okay, well, I don't really understand what happened, but really, I think Axel was very helpful. Axel's example repo. I mean, Axel's the one who got me into this mess in the first place because he recommended it. Like, oh, like they're doing some stuff with Dripsy and Radix, but I think Radix is going to be a really great thing to use now that like I've gotten to the sort of hello world step. And now we can get to have a little bit more fun with it. So I'm going to remove some of this junk. And let's see if we can get these things to work. Okay, they have reasonable hover styles. I'll remove this green. Although really, don't we need to do a hovered? Well, I'll just, what was it before? Now I'm like trying to figure out, should I be using Dripsy colors? That would be like this, what, primary? Okay, looks great until you hover over it. I wonder if they have a primary, or a like an inverted primary style. So this is where like the theme is created for Dripsy. So here I can provide colors. There's text and there's primary. Both I think are dark colors. Or not dark, but it's dark and light. When you're in light mode, it's dark. Let me see. Is there a list of all the colors that are like provided by default? Color modes? Okay, so there's dark primary background. Okay, what if I just use the background color for the text while you're hovering over it? Okay, I just want to move on. Hovered. Background. Okay, that didn't work at all. Fine. I don't know why background is not like, the color variable is not showing up as a light color. But it's okay. Okay, so the trigger on the border content, border style, I don't want it to have a border. None? Can I just say none? Yeah, because it's like web world. It's not like the React Native border convention. It's a CSS. So I specified none. Okay, let's fix some colors. And what's interesting is like maybe this, oh, cool. Oh man, that's so nice. Because this is like all over my code base, this dropdown is working in all of these different contexts. Or really just the three different contexts that we can see properly on the web app. It's working properly in all of these places. And yeah, so we've got to do this like a bunch more times. And also, yeah, interesting. There's like some issues potentially with the keyboard navigation, like the focus style, or the hovered style is not following with the focus. So Dripsy is like doing its job, but like we are not properly hooked into it. If I hit escape, for example, I'm sure Dripsy knows how to close that. And then it refocuses the button here, and if I hit space. So this is, I may have accidentally assigned it to Dripsy, but no, this is Radix doing its job, but I'm not properly hooked into the Radix events. Otherwise, the dark background will follow me when I use the keyboard to select something else, but it's not. Nice. This is yeah, Radix doing its thing and Dripsy doing its thing. So it's been a day with a lot of learning. Here it says transparent. A lot of these styles were copied from elsewhere. So we can set a background color. What's frustrating is that I have a colors abstraction in this application itself. That it's not frustrating that I have colors abstraction. It's useful to have colors code, but it now like conflicts potentially and actually with all of the Dripsy theming code. So anyways, I can grab the colors in this component just with use colors. Now I have colors, and I can say colors.background, or background's dim, depending on the context. Okay. I've seen worse. I've seen worse. And it's so weird because we're literally on a web file right now. It doesn't look like it, but we should probably actually rename this to .web.tsx. I'm going to restart the next app because I assume everything breaks when that happens. Yeah, like I'm not even sure this is going to work. We might have to rename that file back. Oh, and I just restarted the wrong thing. I need to restart the web app. Okay, web app, please, will you operate? Okay. Yeah, no, it's unable to find this thing. So maybe in some circumstances the .web platform extension works, but like not in my next app. Maybe in someone else's. Yeah, I need to restart the server again. It gets all confused. And in order for me to not be confused, I just need to be constantly restarting the server because it's like there's all these times where sometimes bad things happen. And it's funny because that's actually the same problem on React Native and web, just in kind of different edge cases, I guess. Okay. You know, I'm kind of even tempted to steal some like of those animation values if I can from the Radix docs, but my impression was that those were dependent on Stitches, the CSS library they were using. But yeah, so for now I'm going to continue using my own colors abstraction here and there. The border is not looking so good. I have a style called like border shadow, small shadow and big shadow. The problem with those shadows, yeah, they don't work. And I can tell you why. It's because it's shadows against like the React Native styling library rather than like CSS shadow. Right? I don't know. Let me search for small shadow. So yeah, this is kind of like, this is obviously not CSS. This is like shadow offset is a whole object. Like, of course, that's not going to work. So let me just search for CSS shadow. I just want a simple CSS shadow. I know it's one line with like enough of the correct configuration. Yeah, great. This is what I want, right? Oh, that's beautiful. Ugh. Okay. Whatever. I'll just. Oh, wait, this is text shadow. Hello. Sir, I'm looking for a box shadow. Okay. I'll copy this format, but I desperately need to change these values. And theoretically, the shadow logic should be reused. So box shadow. And I want to change the color and basically everything about this. Okay, so it'll spread 2 pixels. It'll be 2 pixels offset, 4 pixel spread, and the color will be black with half opacity, or no, with maybe like 25% opacity. Did it work? Do I know CSS? That's a shadow. I'd like to offset the x-axis by 0. Oh, that was the y-axis. And I'll increase the spread by 1 pixel. Wait, now do I know which axis is which or not? Come on. Okay, that looks good. So it's a little weird how it kind of centers it like that, but this part looks great. Can we fix the hover styles? And also, can we fix it so that the hover, it's like a focus style, not a hover style? And also, like, these actions might need to work. I don't think they work right now. Yeah, the implementation is just totally stubbed out. So the action button def, that probably has a callback, right? Yeah, there's on press and there's on long press. There's also on handled. So you're supposed to do all of it. You're supposed to do on press and then on handled. Okay. Oh, here we are. So yeah. Handle press and then handle long press. Should probably be using like a memo here on the action itself, because I don't think the action will change very often. So I'll do that. So there's handle press. Oh, I've clearly mismatched some parentheses or something. I think I need to do that. Okay, here's the handler for handle press, and it's also on select. And then we have handle is on long press. We have a separate thing, handle long press. I don't know why you'd have a long press for these actions, but we've already kind of gone in this direction, so it's easier to just deal with it than to backpedal in this case. On long press. Okay, let's see if this actually works now. Like if I hit refresh, what do you think is going to happen? I think that worked. Raw value. Okay, great. Terrible bugs. Okay. Cool. Well, this is really fun. At this point, I think I'm super hungry, and I'm going to go do some lunch. But this has been really excellent. Despite it not looking perfectly good, we're getting like tons of functionality ported over to web just by changing over some of the implementation of this reusable stuff that I'm already using all over the app, like this drop-down action sheet stuff. So yeah, GG Juliner, it's been fun hanging out. I'm glad you've been here. I always appreciate anyone curious stopping in, just hanging out. I'm going to take a quick look at the mobile app to see how much or little I've broken things. It's looking pretty good. So yeah, feel free to ask me any questions either now or on Twitch. Sorry, not on Twitch. I have a Discord that you can join, but you can also just Twitter me, like DM, or tweet at me. So it's been very fun hanging out. It's been a very productive day. We had some painful times. We had some good times when we got some stuff working. In fact, I think today was the first day that the actual web app like mutated some data in the code base or in the database. So the web app now is able to log in. I did that in a previous stream, and now we're able to mutate the data. Cool. I'm glad it was fun, at least somewhat fun, watching me troubleshoot and watching me learn about some of this stuff and kind of see some of the strategies that I take to, try to get around it when I'm totally stuck. Because it was pretty frustrating for like an hour when I was just trying to get something to show up on the screen, and it wouldn't. But then it started working and it started looking pretty good. So thanks for joining me, and feel free to, here, I'm going to plug some of the channels like YouTube. Feel free to check out the code on GitHub. There's no website yet. Nightbot is shaming me for not having a website. It's just called Web, I think. Anyways. And yeah, so thanks so much for hanging out, Juliner, and I'll see you all next time. And thanks for anyone else who's popped into the stream. Today was a long one, but very productive. So take